Mm-mm. What's going on, everybody? Well, oh, what a day. So, we had some terrible news today. Charlie Kirk, conservative, activist, political commentator, was shot dead while speaking at a university. I believe he was taking or answering questions from like students in the crowd and whatnot. Just absolutely wild stuff. Didn't mean to be getting to everything so late today, but I had to get some work done. But when I saw this going on, I was like, oh Lord. So we're gonna catch up on this and yeah, just see what's going on here. This is just terrible. So C Carol, hey, how's it going? How's it going? Sorry, it might not be a very happy stream today. Or at least getting through this news is not gonna be fun. But welcome. Glad you made it through. Hope you're doing well tonight or this morning. Getting on super late here. So we're gonna start with like basically the news, try to get some facts on it, and yeah, just look at some other people's reactions and whatnot, see how the different I guess political spheres and whatnot are reacting to it, and see if we can get any answers as to, I guess, motives and whatnot for the shooter. I'm not sure if they've been apprehended. I believe they had somebody in custody but have since released them, and that the shooter is at large. Take that with a grain of salt at this point. I'm still diving in, but I wanted to get on here as soon as possible and dive into it. Yeah, I can't say well, no, I'll say, let's see. Yeah, no, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Just had a late night of work. And I don't know that I agree with like everything he says. I mean, that's true for pretty much anybody. I probably don't agree 100% with what they say. But he seemed like a good debater. And like he had some like decent ideas and whatnot. But I mean, at least from what I could tell, sitting on this side of the screen, he seemed like a decent person, right? As much as I could tell and everything. And regardless of how people feel about him one way or the other, I don't think being shot and killed just by some random person is the way that we should handle disagreements. We should be able to talk to each other, discuss our ideas, and we could disagree but be able to walk away from that. And I watched the video. There is a full video out there, kind of up close, of the shooting. I don't recommend watching it if you're easily traumatized or triggered or what have you, because it's graphic. Can't show it on YouTube, obviously, but yeah, it was unfortunate, very unfortunate. And like something I appreciate about him is I like debate, and I liked watching his debates and just sort of how he presented himself and everything, because it's something that I look like at the future, and I'm like, that'd be really cool to do, like go out there, talk to people, like debate people, ask people questions, interview people, stuff like that. So to see him in the middle of doing all that and then to just be taken out is just, geez. And yeah, it's just wild, just absolutely wild. Yeah, what's going on, Mars Bars? Yeah, wait, is it on YouTube? Yeah, I still don't think I'm gonna show it. Not the, I don't know if that's appropriate. But anyway, ooh, a lot of people passed yesterday. Yeah, I heard there was also a school shooting that happened as well yesterday, because I'd woken up late today, and one of the mods here, Tilly, had hit me up and said, hey, Charlie Kirk, it looks like he's been shot and there was a school shooting. And I was like, geez, but I had to kind of get to work and everything, so. But Colorado, we'll probably dive into that too. I've got a bunch pulled up for this, and we'll see, I guess, see where we go from here. But I'm just gonna we're just gonna dive in, start catching up. I've got a few different creators. I wanted to catch sort of what the left, quote unquote, left wing people are saying, catch what some of the right wing people are saying, and just see where everybody's at right now. But yeah, let's hop in. Oh, hold on.
We continue to follow breaking news. Authorities are searching for a new person of interest following the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. He was speaking at a Utah college event when he was shot and killed. Kirk was known for rallying young Republican voters. Charlie Kirk's biggest impact was on college campuses. He visited several in California last spring. KCAL News reporter Nicole Comstock spoke to UC Riverside students.
I've seen his footage. You know, when I had first heard about it, I wasn't sure, okay, you know, is he alive? And then once I saw the video, I mean, if you guys haven't seen the video, again, it's graphic. Don't recommend it if you're, you know, faint of heart or what have you. But when I saw that video, I figured that was kind of it. So he was hit in the neck, and the way it came, the stuff came out. I'm not sure if you're allowed to even say that on YouTube, but the way, you know, yeah, I figured that was probably it.
About Kirk's death.
College campuses were his forum of choice. In fact, Charlie Kirk just made a stop at UC Riverside in May for his American Comeback Tour, where he talked about conservative values with his supporters.
And those things will bless your marriage from the devil who tries to undermine it and usurp your holy union.
I love it. Thank you, Charlie.
God bless you, man.
I think America needs a revival right now. That's what I think.
Praise the Lord.
And debated with students.
Yeah, his jugular and artery, what have you.
Viewpoints.
How can you call yourself an American patriot when the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that the deportation was unlawful?
Because a MS-13 gang member, wife-beating, child-abusing foreign citizen was sent back to his country of origin pretty easily.
Kirk's Turning Point USA website says the events were always in the spirit of open inquiry and free speech to debate conventional narratives promoted, he said, by leftist academia. But some students argue the intent was to provoke them into making emotionally charged responses.
Allow him or...
Oh, wait, this is actually... Okay.
Visit here back in May and cautions...
Oh, yeah. Never mind. I clicked on the wrong one here. Like I said, I've got a lot of different reactions pulled up that we're going to be going through. I thought I had them all organized. Now he's gonna. Start with her.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I think we've seen some of her content on this channel before. I never say her name right. Amala Ekpanobi. I like her content. Check out her channel. If you like it, subscribe, all the good stuff. But let's get her take right quick.
So guys, yeah, that's the update. What did you say, Taylor?
TV9 or Republic?
You're joking. You're joking.
I'm gonna be probably on X2 while we're listening here and pulling up some stuff, because I'm still trying to catch up on what's going on.
Oh. Whoa.
That was kind of my reaction too. When I saw the message, I was like, oh, okay, what are you talking about? I thought they were like memeing or something.
I don't know. Well, okay. Holy shit. Well, guys, we do have news. Charlie Kirk, who we all know from TPUSA, was shot. Okay, he was shot at Utah Valley University. He's now in critical condition. I don't think I can show the video to you guys. Maybe we can drop in the moments before and maybe some moments after where you guys can sort of see what took place at this university. He was there speaking on behalf of Turning Point USA, doing his normal back and forth with college students like he usually does. And he was shot in the neck and is now in critical condition, currently in surgery at the time that I am recording this. So we'll, of course, stay on this story. I am honestly so shocked. Taylor sent me this and I could not believe my eyes. I could not believe what I was reading. I could not believe what I was seeing. And we know that things like this happen, but this one really hits so close to home. And I'm sure it does for so many of you. I'm going to try to break down some of the information here, get into some responses from media outlets, from leftists, which have been insane. And we're coming for MSNBC today. It's just unbelievable. So let's just sit with the news for a second. My thoughts are with Charlie.
I was going to say, though, because we already know this is going to be heavily politicized. Violence, whether it be political, gang, right wing, left wing, whatever, I don't think it's right. Again, if you disagree with somebody's ideas, I think, use like the public square, argue with each other, agree to disagree and walk away. But don't kill somebody just because you disagree with their speech. I think that is where I stand. Whether this person's, well, in this case, a right-wing person, but whether the person's right-wing, left-wing, or whatever, I'm curious to see, because I don't know that they found the shooter yet. I'm curious of the motives. I think a lot of people are assuming political motives and whatnot. But either way, she's going to talk about how some people, and I've seen this online, which is just... kind of rubs me the wrong way. A lot of people were celebrating it, and I'm like, I wouldn't. For multiple reasons, I wouldn't do that. But anyway, we're gonna get into it.
Charlie Kirk and his family, his wife Erica, his 2 children. You see Charlie Kirk, and his whole platform is to go out and have tough conversations, uncomfortable conversations, to really reach across the aisle. And he's doing it typically with college students, a group of people where these conversations are truly important. They're formative. And he spent so much of his time, so much hard work going out and trying to have these conversations with people who vehemently disagree with him, just to be shot like this. And I hope that he makes it through this. I dearly, dearly hope that he makes it through this. But as I said, at the time of recording this right now, he is in critical condition. There are some reports coming through from sources unknown that he is stabilizing in the hospital right now, but that is all that we know, and that's all that I've heard. Now, Donald Trump has commented on this. He says, "We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him." And it's really interesting that these words are coming from Donald Trump, who has survived multiple assassination attempts at this point. We are in a time of great, great violence. I'm thinking of the Trump assassination attempt. I'm thinking of this Charlie Kirk assassination attempt. I'm thinking of the United Healthcare CEO that was shot and killed in almost broad daylight. And now we have Charlie Kirk. And these things are just stacking up. And I'm hearing the news and the media say that this is to be expected. I'm going to turn to
my great fellow Americans.
Hold up, before we get into hers, I did forget.
I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the 2 young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour.
I see some of you are asking, like, oh, how did they not get the person? There's cameras everywhere. I don't want to jump ahead too much just from what I've seen. I'm hearing the person was on a roof 200 yards away. But take that with a grain of salt until we get there. Because I thought, like, okay, yeah, if it was up close, you would think that they would get the person. But if they were a football field or two away, I could see why maybe the person would get away. But again, I still haven't ascertained this, so we're going to get there.
Of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy...
I'm sorry, I'm going to turn off my little... I appreciate the subscriptions and stuff, but I turned off monetization because it just feels weird on this one. I'm going to turn off my little thing that pops up when y'all sub. Just kind of feels weird. You guys might still get ads, but that's a YouTube thing. I can't control that.
Will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America.
Interesting. My fear here, I think what we need to do is turn down the temperature. My fear is some sort of retaliation. I don't even know who would retaliate against who at this point, but I've just seen a lot of inflaming rhetoric online from both sides. People celebrating it and some people being like, oh, we can't stand for this. We need to do something. And I think that's only going to make things worse. And we don't want more death. So I think trying to cool things off is really the best thing that we could be doing.
To MSNBC, who had this brilliant guy
back to sorry, I'll switch back here, throwing credit over here. Boom, check out her channel.
Let's roll the clip.
He's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate.
I don't really like what this guy is saying. Look, if you're calling for death to people and things along that nature, maybe I could hear where he's coming from, but I've seen a decent amount of Charlie Kirk's content, and it never seemed as though he ever promoted violence. It seems as though he promoted free speech, and the whole point of free speech is being able to say what you want without fear of the government coming after you, but being able to say what you want. And if this guy is basically saying, well, you could say what you want, but hey, if you say what you want, somebody might shoot you, I think that's like, that's not really the best take. I mean, yeah, sure, people do shit, but I don't know. That just is a weird take. So that's a weird first response to have to this, in my opinion.
These awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Listen to them talking about how you can't just start with these awful words and these awful thoughts and then not expect action. And then you hear that little end clip of, yeah, they've just confirmed that he was shot in the neck in critical condition. And this is how you're talking about this individual. And the awful thoughts are the awful thoughts in the room with us. He shares the thoughts of 50% of this country. And now we are in such a time of divisiveness and viciousness that we believe that people who support Charlie Kirk, people who support his thoughts and beliefs and his values deserve to die. Are we okay? And we can't even get clarity from the news media as to what has exactly taken place. This is another clip from MSNBC where they say that, he could have possibly been shot by somebody who was shooting in celebration at the university.
What?
In which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, I emphasize what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we.
Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. Excuse my ignorance. Is it normal at events with Charlie Kirk for people to take out guns and shoot them into the air? Is that like a normal thing on college campuses that he visits and speaks at? If I'm wrong here, please correct me. But that just seems like a really stupid take. Again, a second thing that they say, well, maybe it was just his fans just shooting in celebration. What? Okay. That's weird.
Details of this, that we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about.
That's your reputable news source, MSNBC, who, when they're not trying to come up with some excuse as to why somebody like Charlie Kirk would be shot in the neck and now in critical condition, they will justify it by saying you can't say awful words and have these awful thoughts without expecting action. And then on the other end of this, okay, they're going to push it to the Trump administration and talk about Charlie Kirk being shot and say, you know what, the Trump administration is going to use this as some sort of justification for an action moving forward.
After one of the Doge employees was allegedly attacked in Washington, D.C., that's what Donald Trump used as a justification to send in federal troops into Washington, D.C. to
I know we use allegedly a lot just to cover our bases, but wasn't he actually attacked? Or somebody was getting their, carjacked, and he stepped in and got beaten up during the incident? Maybe they just say allegedly to sort of, cover their bases and whatnot legally.
To get things under control, the carjacking situation, he used that. And I know it's hard to predict the future, Mark, but you can imagine the administration using this as a justification for something.
I must admit, I'm at a loss to guess as to what happens next.
Yeah, as you should be, because we should be at a loss to guess what happens next after somebody is literally shot in the neck. A public figure whose whole platform is just having conversations and going toe to toe with college students is getting shot in the neck. Yeah, we should not know what's happening next after that. You know what? If Donald Trump sees a bunch of carjackings happening in a city and goes, you know what, let's fix it. Thank you for that. If he sees crime going rampant through an entire community and the community begging for law and order, begging for law enforcement to do something, and he takes care of it, thank you very much. I don't know what you do when you have public figures like this whose whole platform is having conversation, getting shot. Like, what is the response supposed to be to this? And I can't say that you don't see things like this coming. It's one of the reasons that I don't like to go out and do public speaking or do events like this, because you just never know, with how insane our world has become, what's going to happen to you. We are sharing our thoughts, our beliefs. Charlie Kirk is somebody who's having discussions about politics. And yes, these are really uncomfortable conversations. Yes, they may make somebody angry. Yes, you may vehemently disagree with him. But if you think that he deserves to be dead for what he believes, I urge you to reevaluate. And if you don't think there are people responding in this way, I'm going to read you some responses from people who clearly hate Charlie Kirk online. And then I'm going to show you some videos of them talking about it. And they are cheering this on. They think this is one of the best days they've ever had. Here's one that says, I wasn't going to drink today, but Charlie Kirk got iced. We're turning up. Here are some trans activists and some far left extremists, according to Andy No.
Yo, Tilly, as one of my lefty mods, I understand that you didn't like Charlie Kirk. I could see that. However, I mean, just to be clear, do not support political violence here. Not saying that you're doing that necessarily, but just to make sure we're all on the same page. I do understand that you didn't like Charlie Kirk, but as a mod and stuff, definitely cannot be promoting political violence here. Not saying you are, just saying.
Bullet that hit Charlie Kirk a very pleasant day. Oh wow, she did a good job. Thoughts and prayers to
Tilly,
the
don't be
family.
like this.
Finally, some good news out of my state, LMAO. Now let's watch a clip. This was compiled by Libs of TikTok. These are leftists celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination attempt.
I'm not saying she deserved it, but I'm saying God's timing is always right.
I think people ought to be very, very careful about celebrating people's deaths. Not saying I believe in like the energy and the karma and all that kind of stuff necessarily, but man, I just feel like you are not really bringing good energy to you when you're celebrating people's deaths.
And look at that. And, you know, I'm noticing something in this video. The age demographic of these individuals, they seem to be like maybe in their early 20s, okay? These are all people that if Charlie Kirk had the opportunity, he would be spending all day sitting in the sun, talking to them about politics and trying to go back and forth with them to gain understanding of their perspective, but also to share his perspective with them. And here they are cheering on the fact that he has been shot in the neck. I'm dumbfounded by this. I may be rambly in this video because I just can't get my footing on this one. I saw the video. It shook me to my core. And to see people who are not shaken by this, even further than that, unaffected by it, even further than that, celebrating it and saying that this is a wonderful thing. And I don't know a single political figure that I could think of that I could watch a video like that happen to, no matter how much I disagree with them, and cheer it on. And
exactly.
Celebrate.
And I don't know if you guys have seen the video. There is a close-up video out there, uncensored and everything. I don't think I could show it on YouTube. Plus, you know, I'm just gonna let y'all search that out for the people that would want to see something like that. But, you know, watching something like that, I just would not wish that on people I disagree with. Simply put, I disagree with people, we argue, we debate, and that's it. I'm not gonna wish for death upon them. I mean, that was, if you guys haven't seen the video, I mean, it's a little, I mean, as you can imagine, it's intense.
Them literally being shot in the neck. We're going to watch another video of a leftist celebrating the breaking news that Charlie Kirk was shot.
Breaking news, Charlie Kirk was in the neck. As of right now, I think his condition is unknown. And there are a lot of people that are like, no matter what side of politics you're on, you should never celebrate something bad happening to someone. I, on the other hand, do cheer when bad things happen to bad people. So on behalf of everybody else, I got this shit. I don't know if he's going to make a recovery or not. I don't know what his condition is. It like just happened as I'm filming this. I saw the video of it happening. I do not feel bad for him in the slightest. And I'm very, very much wondering what MAGA is going to react with. I wonder how they're going to make this about how Black people shouldn't be allowed guns.
What?
Or trans people. They're probably going to blame a trans Black person. I don't fuck. But we can all celebrate because something really awful happened to a really, really awful guy. And again, if you're one of those dipshit people that are like, no matter what happens, you should never wish death on someone. I'm going to cheer and dance and sing.
So many times stories will pop up in this world and I'm like, wow, we've lost our humanity. And I'm just reminded that at least some of us have like we're completely devoid of humanity in our attack.
Yeah, I don't know. That is, I know some people like getting clicks, so we try to say the craziest things online in order to get views and clicks and whatnot. I mean, you gotta have a line somewhere. Brock says ban Tilly. Deranged, mentally ill. Tilly. It seems as though Tilly's calming down. But we gotta have some sort of decorum here, Tilly. Some sort of decorum. I don't want to have to silence you for this stream necessarily. I think we could calm. I think we could calm down a bit here. I do appreciate the $2, though. I thought I turned off monetization, so I appreciate it, y'all. But like, you don't have to like, not really trying to get money off of this one. Just saying. I mean, you don't really gotta do that. So appreciate you though, but I'm gonna try to turn that off.
Attachment to humanity. Need I remind you guys, we are human beings. Everybody's a human being. Doesn't matter if you disagree with that human being on fundamentally, every single issue that exists. We are human beings, okay? Unless somebody's actually trying to like physically encroach on your space and ruin your life and physically harm you, this is not necessary. This is not it. We have lost the entire plot, and somebody who disagree with is not a target for death. Or an assassination. It's just not the way this goes. And it really reminds you and brings you back to the situation that we're in as a society when you see people respond to it in this way. I'm even seeing people who are just completely desensitized to the news in itself. It's just like, oh yeah, another person got shot. Another person experienced an assassination attempt. This man is a married man with a family, with a community, with an organization that he's built, through his own hard work, his own blood, sweat, and tears. And to be shot trying to have conversation is just so wild. It's so wild. And how people cannot connect with this, despite the political disagreement, it doesn't baffle me, but it baffles me, And we saw it with the United Healthcare CEO. We saw it with the Titanic submersible and, other stories like that. We tend to draw this line in the sand where if somebody is on the other end of it, we no longer care about what happens in their life. We're not impacted by it. And even more than that, we celebrate bad things taking place in their lives. And that's what's happening right now. Again, my thoughts are with Charlie Kirk. I'll try to keep you guys updated on this. I just wanted to get this video out to you guys.
I find her like a middle of the ground kind of person. I feel like that's a middle of the ground kind of take. We already watched Trump's reaction. I don't know. I think Asmongold's sort of middle of the ground. Some people say right wing, but I'm curious of his take here.
Hey guys, it's me again, and it's been a little while. Just before I get into the main topic of the video, I want to explain why there haven't been any videos. My dad has been in the hospital for the better part of a week now. Very serious situation. It has required my full attention. And because of that, I've been on calls, I've been dealing with other people, talking to members of the family, and doing everything that I need to be there for my dad and for my family during this situation. And because of that, I haven't been live and I haven't made a lot of videos. I apologize for that. Hopefully I'll be back as soon as possible. That being said, we had something insane happen today, and I was able to break away a little bit earlier, and I wanted to make a video about it and talk about the obvious and inevitable nature of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This happened a few hours ago, and it was probably one of the most gruesome and graphic, and this is coming from somebody who grew up on LiveLeak, videos I've ever seen.
It was pretty, yeah. The video, if you haven't seen it, wow. I mean,
the first time I saw a video, I thought it was AI generated. The guy gets shot in the neck and blood is spurting out. I didn't even know it could do that. And it was absolutely fucking horrifying to see something like that happen in front of a massive audience of people. Now, if you don't know who Charlie Kirk is, Charlie Kirk has been a pretty noteworthy, like controversial guy. He's a conservative. He goes to a lot of college campuses, does live debates. This is a pretty popular format nowadays, and Charlie Kirk has been popularizing it and utilizing it now for many years, and he was even featured in South Park recently because of it. Charlie Kirk definitely is not a super radical right-wing person, but I would say that he's more of the moderate to, kind of extreme right-wing. Very, very...
I thought Charlie Kirk was like, I'm trying to think. Like, Charlie Kirk is right-wing, I would think. But then you have like a Nick Fuentes, who is much further, right? So I would say Charlie Kirk, in the grand scheme of things, would seem more moderate, like a right-wing sort of moderate. I don't know, you guys might disagree. Just from what I've kind of seen, it seems like just the general sort of like conservative beliefs and like Christian beliefs and whatnot.
I would say lukewarm, though, in my opinion, at least especially.
I see you guys mentioned Hasan. I think I have him pulled up too.
And this is where we're going, especially compared to now. And what I think is going to happen now, because obviously these shootings like this don't really happen inside of a vacuum, and they never do, they never have. And I think that the situation that we have right now is that there is a tremendous amount of political violence that is advocated for, promoted, and allowed to exist on social media that has turned up the temperature in all political conversations, all social conversations, and all discourse on the internet in general, to a point where it's almost unrecoverable. You have people that are out there all the time advocating for violence, advocating for people to get killed. Somebody needs to take care of this guy. Somebody needs to deal with this. I wish he were dead. Won't somebody do it? The 8647.
Yeah, and this is like some issues I've had when it just comes to even moderation, because I kind of look at that stuff as stochastic terrorism. And what I mean by that is you're putting out information or a message that will increase the likelihood of something bad happening. You might not know what that bad thing is. You can't say when and where it's going to happen, but you're trying to inflame something to happen, which is why, I mean, I'm sure TOS, like YouTube TOS and things of that nature also, and the law is against calls to violence and whatnot. But that's why in my chat, I don't like calls to violence, because you are trying to influence other people to do bad things and hurt other people. And it's just, you shouldn't be doing that, in my opinion. I mean, to each their own, sure, but just not here, right?
All of the crypto messaging and all the doxing, right? Why do you dox somebody? Why do you post a person's home address? It's to make other people that are insane, like the person who killed Charlie Kirk, it's to give them the ammunition they need to kill that person and to put that person's life in danger. That's why they're doing it. And so that's the reason why they want to find out the identities of ICE agents. That's the reason why they want to find out the identities of Tesla owners, like at the beginning of the year. It's so they can destroy their car and destroy their lives. And this isn't necessarily a one-sided thing. I think that in the last 5 years or so, especially since BLM, it's been a like 90% left-wing thing, but that doesn't mean that the 10% right-wing people are right either.
Yeah, regardless of who is doing the killing, it's wrong. Whoever's doing the violence, it's wrong.
But I do think that now you're going to see a lot more right-wing people balancing out those scales. The fact is that you can take a knife to a gunfight all you want, and you can think that you're honorable, but you're going to end up being dead. And I think that's what right-wing people have done for a very long time. They've tried to speak above the political violence. They've tried to advocate above it and not try to stoop down to that level. But the issue is that a lot of these social media companies have expressed literally zero desire to even do the bare minimum of moderation. I think that two of the worst actors...
I think it's difficult to moderate as well, though.
Are Twitter or X, and Reddit. Both of these platforms are full of a bunch of extremist nut jobs that not only should have their accounts banned, but they should probably be put in mental institutions. And I think that now I find it to be kind of interesting taking a step back for a week or so and seeing how many people are coming around to the inevitable reality that this is the only path forward. There are so many people in society now that are just completely unhinged, under-medicated, and really just completely insane that you can't have a person like that running wild out in society. They cause problems for themselves, not to mention everybody else around them. And I think that the society, we need to have an honest conversation about how to deal with these people in a way that, and I'll be real, I don't really care about the people that are crazy. Their well-being and the way that, things are for them. Of course, obviously, I wouldn't want it to be bad, but it's certainly not important. What's really important is all of the people who aren't crazy, making sure that people that are not crazy, that are good actors, that are law-abiding citizens, are able to live a life of peace, a life of prosperity, and a life without fear of going on the subway, for example, as at the recent event as well. And I think,
which I was planning on covering the subway event today, but we might get to it. But I think I'm going to be doing this one for the beginning of the stream at the very least.
I think that every single person in the world deserves to live in a place like that, and I don't want to see America turn into a PvP server, and it sure seems like it is. And I think that in order to prevent that from happening, we need to have honest conversations about what do you do with people that get arrested 14 times. And it's not even a question, right? You put them in jail and you throw away the key and you compel them to work, and that way you can make the money back from imprisoning them forever. That's the way that you solve that problem. It's very simple, actually. But for some reason, the way that makes people feel has made them unwilling to look at this obvious truth. If you look in history, this is what we've always done in history, and it's because it works. And the problem is that now we have so much of the discourse that's dominated by emotional thinking, that's dominated by the most unstable, the most virtue signal, the most, ridiculous performative empathy possible, and that's defining a huge political voice in the country. This has become a tremendous detriment to everyone. And I think that with people like the shooter that probably shot Charlie Kirk, with that guy in the subway that stabbed that Ukrainian woman, or with that trans shooter that shot up the school, one thing that's common among all of them is that these people, in almost all cases, were verifiably nuts beforehand, and nothing ever was done about it. And until we can stomach the idea of solving problems like that before they happen, we're going to keep having problems. And I think that with Charlie Kirk, it's very obvious that the amount of, political violence and advocating for political violence that's happening on the internet has turned up the temperature and created an environment and a culture where this type of behavior is normal. And not only is it normal, but it's actually encouraged. And the problem is that now people are acting on it. And you're starting to see this happen, and I think it's going to continue getting worse. I don't think Charlie Kirk is going to be the last one, but I think that we will look at...
And, that's my fear, too, is you start to see repeat crimes. I mean, is he the only one? There's other creators that go out. I mean, just speaking from a creator standpoint, there's other creators that go out and do interviews, like live interviews with random people, debates. Are we going to be seeing more of this type of violence against them? Is it going to be harder to go outside and just talk to people and have like difficult conversations with the public? Are you going to, you always kind of have to know that, yeah, this is a possibility, but now I think this is really going to be in people's mind. And this could also just help to quell people talking to each other, like open discussion.
At Charlie Kirk's death and see it as a turning point in this topic. And what I'm really trying to get at here with this entire point is that right now we are at a extremely pivotal moment. And I think that what's going to end up happening is that right-wing people are not going to continue to turn the other cheek. They're not going to continue to just, oh, well, you know, this is just a crazy left-wing radical. I think you're probably going to see right-wing people doing the same thing to left-wing people. And honestly, while I don't think this is a good thing, I certainly don't really feel that sorry for them, because a lot of left-wing people have no problem advocating for violence, or at least using coded language in order to advocate for violence. The fact is that there's a certain level of intellectual dishonesty that goes on in situations like this, where it's considered, oh, well, you know, this isn't actually what they meant, and no, this is actually some others. No, it is. It's exactly what they mean. They're trying to advocate for killing people that they disagree with. That's what's happening, and there's no talking around it. And to the extent that you try to, you're insulting the intelligence of anyone that you're speaking to. And I think that now you're going to start seeing a lot of right-wing people end up doing this to left-wing people now even more.
And that's scary. It's scary to think. And that you even saw that in the earlier clip with the one woman that was celebrating Charlie Kirk's death and saying, well, now I'm just worried about what MAGA's going to do. It's like, well, that's probably why you don't want to celebrate this, because if there is retaliation, first off, it's bad. The first killing was bad. The second killing is going to be bad. And now it's really hard for you to go online and be like, well, now I'm sad about this second killing after you just sat there and hurrayed and applauded the first one.
Because it's very clear that these social media platforms are not going to moderate this behavior. The FBI, for whatever reason, just refuses to deal with or have any degree of accountability for dealing with these obvious terrorists that are in the country. And because of that, I think you're going to start seeing an uptick of violence from right-wing people as well. And this is going to be, in my opinion, I don't really think the word is justified, because it's not justified, but the word is
I see you, Frank. What's up?
I think it's going to be expected.
Sorry, chat's just wild today. But hey, Frank, see Carol, all the regulars, appreciate y'all.
The fact is that, you know, again, you bring a knife to a gunfight, you're going to lose. And don't be surprised when you keep bringing guns to gunfights and then somebody else decides to start shooting back. I think that's what's going to happen. And I think this is a degradation of society as a whole. And ultimately, the real burden of...
That was an interesting prediction in chat. Who was that? Oh my gosh. America, firearm sales going through the roof is my prediction. I didn't even think about that. That's probably an accurate prediction.
Responsibility here doesn't really fall on influencers, and I don't think that it falls even on the commenters themselves. I think it falls primarily on the government. The fact is that the government, there are already laws that permit, explicit calls to violence. There's already laws that permit the types of stalking and doxing that people engage in online. And one of the big things that is a misconception is that people like me want new laws. We want any form of extra censorship at all. I certainly don't want that, and I don't know anybody else that does either. But what we do want is we want the existing laws to be applied and to be enforced in an accurate and a fair way, which is clearly not what's happening. And really, the government not doing that and giving this asymmetrical, in my opinion, advantage to left-wing people to fully and with complete freedom practice genuine terrorism on a daily basis, and then, you know, congratulate each other about how moral and how good they are for doing it because of something bad that happened in Palestine or something bad that Donald Trump did 3 years ago. This is just simply a response. This is what's going to happen. And so, and I think that that's probably what it's going to take for these left-wing people to realize what a bad idea what they've been doing is. Because until it starts happening to them, until they start having people that are their friends or, you know, their, like icons that they look up to, the same way people looked up to Charlie Kirk, until they start seeing those people get killed, I don't think it's really going to be real for them. And unfortunately, I think that's the path that we're headed down because of the government and social media companies and every other seemingly governmental apparatus that has just completely hand-waved this problem and ignored it entirely. So the death of Charlie Kirk and the assassination of him should not come as a surprise to anyone. This should be something that everybody could have expected. All you had to do is read Twitter for an hour and you could have told me this would have happened, of course. Same with Reddit. And until that core problem is addressed, you will continue to see a rapid decline in...
No, I appreciate y'all. I guess if he keeps, let's see, the one guy, you said Kirk. You're quoting Kirk. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. Yo, that one guy, XX. So if you're, what's your point to that, to posting the quote? I'm curious. Are you saying that if somebody supports the Second Amendment, then it's okay for them to be shot? I'm just curious what you're trying to get at with that. Well, I'm not, hopefully I see your message, but...
any type of social discourse, and I'm actually kind of afraid to see what's going to happen next, because I think it's just going to continue getting worse, and I don't see the reason for it to stop. And so anyway, I wanted to make this video because it's obviously a topic that, you know, I've been talking about this a lot for the past few years now, and I was laughed at a lot, and people were telling me it wasn't that big of a
I am looking
deal.
for your response.
They were joking. Well, I saw the video. That wasn't a joke. And the reality is that those jokes and everything create a culture and an environment where the actual actions are more permissible. And you also have people that are the ones telling me, quote, jokes that are talking around just, you know, directly, you know, saying that this is a bad thing and it shouldn't be tolerated for any reason. You have, I don't want to go through a bunch of different names, but anybody, this is the way I look at it, I'm just going to make a categorical judgment here, is that any content creator or anybody like this...
Okay, Tilly, you said we're quoting it to point out the irony, not to claim anything either way about gun law. I mean, but that's like any person that's openly in... So you're saying any person openly in support of the Second Amendment, it's just ironic if they die to a gun. I don't know. I mean, that just feels weird. Because, I mean, most of us drive cars, I imagine. You know? I know there's not, like, laws on cars where it's like, it's all right to drive a car. But it's like, you drive a car, and somebody gets in an accident and dies, you're not gonna be like, well, it's just kind of ironic. I mean, they like driving their car, and they die driving their car. It's just kind of weird. That's just a weird argument. I don't know.
Who has...
And not even an argument. I mean, you're saying it's ironic, but I'm trying to figure out, like, why you would keep posting that. Like, what's the point?
For violence against a person in an extrajudicial way. I'm not talking about trying people who they disagree with for treason. This is advocating for the judicial process to be used against people they disagree with. I think that's fine. But whenever you have people that are saying things like 8647, or anybody who's advocating for any form of extrajudicial justice, extrajudicial justice, and basically vigilante justice on people who they disagree with politically, you have to realize that all of those people, I think, have made themselves acceptable targets. And I think that there's a lot and millions of people out there nowadays that see that. And I think that that's...
Name here. You said not even close to the same thing. Well, hey, look, it was a quick analogy. My fault. But I think you get my overall point to that, though, right? Sometimes my analogies are a bit weak, I admit.
That should be extremely worrying for them.
So we've gotten more of a, I guess we've gotten like a middle of the ground sort of approach or take. We've gotten some more, maybe more right-leaning takes or middle of the ground. I don't know. Man, I'll listen to somebody on here. You guys, some of y'all will call them a Nazi. Some of y'all call them, you know, middle of the ground. I don't know. So that was, you know, Asmongold's take. I have a feeling most people, at least popular streamers and whatnot, are going to have similar reactions. That's my assumption. But if we were to pull up on more of a lefty, I'm curious what more of, I guess, a popular lefty is saying, right? So we're gonna pull up Hasan, and then just real quick, I'm pretty sure I made sure to shout her out though. The first video you watched, definitely check out her channel. Asmongold, I mean, a lot of you know he's like, I mean, probably one of the biggest streamers, but still, credit where credit's due. Check out his channel. But Hasan, let's go.
Trump announced his death. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he's no longer with us. That's as close to an official confirmation as you're gonna get. He's dead. Disavow quickly and vehemently for your own safety? Yeah, no dude. What the do you mean? Of course. I don't think you guys understand. I was supposed to debate him in a public setting like a month from now. What the is happening? Mike Lee, I am tracking the situation at Utah Valley University closely. Please join me in praying for Charlie Kirk and the students gathered there. How is this? How is it shots fired at Charlie Kirk event at Utah Valley University? Shots have been fired at Charlie Kirk event at Utah Valley University. Footage from the scene showed event goers screaming as shots rang out on Wednesday. People at the event took to social media to share details of the moment someone opened fire at the conservatives event. Kirk published a post on X just minutes before reports of the shooting emerged. What the is going on?
Before we had a flag and we had... He just got shot! Holy Holy
Deseret is reporting he was shot. Okay, Deseret News now reporting Charlie Kirk shot at Utah event. Charlie Kirk, this is a breaking news story, will be updated. Charlie Kirk was shot at an event at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah on Wednesday. Bystanders report seeing Kirk shot. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God. Bystanders report seeing Kirk shot near his neck during a Q&A with students. What the is happening, brother? Oh! Dude.
I just when he sees it.
You hear a shot, you hear the crack of a shot, and then you hear his head just crack back right after. And I think what the people are saying is correct, that he might have been shot in the neck. Oh my God. Disavow quickly and vehemently for your own safety? Yeah, no dude. What the do you mean? Of course. I don't think you guys understand. I was supposed to debate him in a public setting like a month from now. Obviously, aside from the principle of it all, yeah, no it's also for my own personal safety as well. I'm also, I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm also a public figure who does political.
And right, isn't that kind of the scary thing? Like all of these popular figures that do, I mean, political commentary that do public events, this is going to be sitting in the back of your mind, I think, the next time you go and do a public event. Yo, Tony B, are you in here? I think I saw Tilly hit you up. Did I mod you, Tony? If you talk again or say something in chat, I think I'll mod you if you're not modded. I thought I modded you.
Commentary who was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk in a public setting at Dartmouth University a month from now. I assume it's not going to happen now.
I see you.
Obviously. We have no additional evidence or no news beyond the fact that the police have already said that it was a single shot that was fired at UVU. Police said he gets shot in the neck, and the campus police statement on it was a single shot fired against event speaker, and the shooter has been, the suspect has been apprehended. So there is a close-up, there is a closer footage of Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck here as well, where you can, oh, he's dead. Oh my God, he's definitely dead. Oh my God, I can't believe I just saw that. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, yo, Tilly, when you sent me those messages and everything, I was just kind of like, whatever. Not whatever, but I was like, okay, this is crazy. I Google it. I'm like, okay, that's kind of crazy, you know, shots fired. Oh man, he was hit. But yeah, I mean, my reaction was pretty much the same here as Hasan.
Oh my God. Oh, he definitely got shot in the neck. Oh my God. Oh yeah. No, that footage, that you do not want to see that. You do not want to see that. You do not want to see that. That footage, the close-up footage shows very clearly immediately blood pouring out of his jugular. Yeah. He gets shot in the neck, blood pouring out of his jugular, like an unimaginable amount of blood pouring out of his jugular. There is very, very little chance that he survived that. I don't know if he did, but it doesn't seem like it. Oh my God. That was devastating. Holy shit. I don't know what to say. Oh my Lord. Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy America is so absolutely. Do not watch the video. If you have not seen the video, Do not, like, the reason why I watched it is because I wanted to see, the reason why I watched it is because I had to confirm whether or not.
Yeah, that's where I was at. I'd say the same. If you guys are weak, you know, of, you know, weak stomach or weak, you know, not really wanting to see that kind of stuff, I definitely want to seek it out because, yeah.
Not this was a real incident. I'm telling you, avoid it. It is one of the most fucked up things you could possibly see. I mean, look, I cover Israel genocide every day. I see charred children. I see children carrying their dead parents in trash bags to the hospital every day. It still is a little different, at least from my perspective, I think, because this is a person who does what I do, but on the opposing side, I was supposed to debate him at Dartmouth University.
Not only that, I mean, what's weird about this is, so you had like the Trump assassination attempts. That's pretty crazy, right? But how do I say this? It's like a president being assassinated. It's happened before. It happens in other countries. It's happened throughout history, just like leaders. You know, there's a lot of people that are against them and probably want them taken out, right? For whatever reason. So it's almost, I don't want to say it's not a crazy thing or that it's normalized, but it's just something that we all know can happen, right? If you're a world leader, that's why you have so much protection, is because there's a lot of people that, want to get rid of you. But as like a content creator or a political activist or a streamer or what have you, is this the first like case of this? Like it's like somebody out like doing a public event like this, that's like a content creator, streamer, political commentator that's been shot or assassinated or what have you? Is this like the first, or is there like other cases of this? But what I'm trying to say is I almost feel like that's what makes it kind of hits a little differently. I don't know if you guys are following what I'm saying though with that
perspective, I think, because this is a person who does what I do, but on the opposing side, I was supposed to debate him at Dartmouth University 15 days from now in a public event, in a public setting. I go out to public settings like this.
You guys are saying Breitbart? Andrew Breitbart? I'm gonna look that one up.
There's a level of closeness in that regard because of the nature of what I do. I mean, look, I have a policy of not living in fear, and but we'll see. I might have to reconfigure certain things. This is insane. I never thought I would see something like this. Whether it was a rifle, was it a handgun? But I guess if there's one country where something like this could happen, it's this one. I'm like, this is obviously always a fear, especially in the United States of America. There is not. I mean, I don't know what the fuck to say, dude. I don't know what the fuck to say other than America is an incredibly violent country, and it's getting even more violent every day. It's one of the most insane. This is one of the most insane things I've seen. The scourge of gun violence and political violence must end. The shooting of Charlie Kirk is the latest incident of this chaos.
I pulled up the Breitbart one.
There's no place.
I'll have to do a deeper dive on that, or maybe toward the end of this, we'll look into that.
Word in America, we wish for his recovery. Why was Luigi's shooting celebrated, but this is tragic? Couple different reasons. I think there are a lot of people who have couple different reasons.
Wait, why was what?
Why was Luigi's shooting celebrated, but this is tragic? Couple different reasons. I think there are a lot of people who have some semblance of like parasocial connection to Charlie Kirk, which is as weird as it sounds. It's a public event. It is at a school, and Charlie Kirk is not seen as someone who is like responsible for the social murder of tens of thousands of Americans. You know what I mean? So those are probably some of the reasons why. And for the record, there are a ton of people celebrating this as well. I'm not, for obvious reasons. I think people here have the capacity to understand why. It's just like, I'm gonna keep repeating this over and over again, but like, this is the ultimate fear for a political commentator. This is it. This is the thing that you don't want happening. This is the thing that you never want happen.
I mean, if you're anybody, this is the thing you don't want happening. But yes, of course, I follow. Yeah,
this is what a lot of people fantasize happening to me all the time and say they will do to me all the time,
which is fucked.
Obviously, especially because it's Charlie Kirk, someone who I know personally. I'm not fond of his worldview, obviously, but someone who I have debated in public settings on numerous occasions since 2015, and also someone who I was slated to debate at Dartmouth University 2 weeks from now. Do you understand? Trump announced his death. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he's no longer with us. Melania, and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. That's it. Trump had to be the one to announce this.
So was it really Trump that announced it?
Close to an official confirmation as you're going to get. He's dead.
I want to show you there was a moment of silence on the House floor in Washington for Charlie Kirk just moments ago. Bipartisan calls to calm this down, to bring the rhetoric down in this country. Again, there was a moment of silence that came.
Dude, by the way, right-wingers saying, oh, we got to tone down the rhetoric once again is an insane statement here, okay? It's like people who perhaps are most responsible for setting up an environment where violence and instability is the norm for everyday Americans. People who have set up an environment where there is just no solution to unlimited gun.
Tennessee Representative Burchett says of school shootings, we're not going to fix it. After the Covenant school shooting on Monday, Tim Burchett, a Republican from Tennessee, resisted calls for stricter gun control measures. I mean, we're going to have to jump down that one. We're not going to fix it. That just feels like... I only know of Tim Burchett because of the stuff we were covering yesterday with the whole UAP hearing and whatnot. That's kind of why I know of him. We're not going to fix it. That has to be chopped out of something. Like, he must have said more than just that.
Gun violence
I might look that one up.
Where parents send their children to school and there's no guarantee of their safety, and some experience exactly what the Republicans, the fear and anger that the Republicans are currently experiencing because they knew Charlie Kirk. Regular people experience that, unfortunately, all too frequently. Meanwhile, while they're talking about toning down the rhetoric of violence, Elon Musk, the owner of this website, took no time, like didn't even wait for the confirmation of Charlie Kirk's death. They immediately go, the left is the party of murder. 2 months ago, a psychopathic right-winger, a far-right evangelical Christian.
Okay, Representative Tim Burchett, Republican Tennessee, on Tuesday doubled down on his comments that Congress is, quote-unquote, not going to fix this, or not going to fix the problem of school shootings, saying that the country needed a, quote-unquote, real revival rather than gun control legislation. So, man, I hate when they chop quotes up like that. He says, if you want to legislate evil, it's not going to happen. We need a real revival in this country. Let's call on our Christian ministers and our, people of faith. But he's not saying they're not going to fix, like the way the quote reads is like, school shootings? We're not going to fix that. When in reality, he's saying that legislation is not going to fix it. That kind of seems what that means. Anyway.
Had a hit list of numerous Democrat politicians. He went into the homes of Democrat politicians in the state of Minnesota.
I don't know much about this one.
And he shot and killed 2, and he tried to kill more. And these guys immediately said, oh, he was a leftist. He was actually Tim Walz's guy. He was
Minnesota
Tim Walz's
lawmaker.
top guy. Made no sense. Tim Walz was literally a part of the assassination hit list. And people still ran along with that narrative. There's no confirmation of the shooter's ideological background or whatever. None of that. But it doesn't stop these demons from immediately saying, oh, it's the left that's doing this. It's the left that's doing this. It must be a leftist that did this. So spare me the fucking bullshit about toning down the rhetoric when this is the common meta. It's so ridiculous, man. Yeah, there was just a story about an American-Israeli sniper admitting to killing multiple civilians in Gaza and no one cared. Yeah, dude from Naperville, Illinois, flew out, had his family fundraise so he could get...
He said he deliberately shot Salam, who was unarmed, simply for trying to recover his brother's body. I mean, I really don't know anything about this, but geez, that is
weapons to kill children that he openly said he did in Gaza. Doesn't even reach a blip. That kind of violence, by the way, does inevitably come back here. That's my point. My point is America is an incredibly violent nation all around the world. We are so violent. We're a constant presence, a constant force everywhere that has a tendency to normalize these kinds of incidents here as well. Video posted on social media shows the moment Charlie Kirk was shot and the seconds leading to the incident, Kirk was being asked questions about mass shootings in America. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America in the last 10 years? A person asks. Counting or not counting gang violence, Kirk responds right before he is shot. That right there is America perfectly described. Because the irony, the dark irony of this sequence of events, it is that mentality that stops people from even seeking the truth about how, or seeking solutions on how we could stop gun violence in this goddamn country. And in the process of actively
I don't know about that. Let me read that again. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America in the last 80 years? A person asks. Counting or not counting gang violence? Kirk responds right before he is shot. I think when we think of gang violence, you generally think of weapons being used in illegal manners, but probably the weapons being purchased or, obtained in it like illegally, right? So again, you can't really legislate against people getting things from the black market. You can make marijuana illegal. Okay, people are still going to get it. You could try to make alcohol illegal. Well, we had prohibition, right? So I think what he's saying is, okay, is it a problem with people lawfully buying guns? Or is it a problem with most people? Or is it a problem in specific areas or with specific groups or like whatever? Yeah. That's how I would read that. Not just, okay, we can't fix the problem at all. That's just, I don't know. His reading of it is a little odd to me.
America perfectly described. Because the irony, the dark irony of this sequence of events, it is that mentality that stops people from even seeking the truth about how, or seeking solutions on how we could stop gun violence in this goddamn country. And in the
but to seek a solution though, I think where he's coming from is maybe Hasan feels, I don't really know his Second Amendment views, but I know there's some people in chat that I think that the Second Amendment is bad. We shouldn't have guns. And I think Charlie's response to that, again, not him, but this is like the way I'm interpreting it, is you pretty much need to figure out where the violence is coming from, like specifically. I think Charlie's looking at it from it's a gun problem, so we need to get rid of all the guns. It's a people problem, so we need to figure out how to stop bad people from getting guns. I think is more the take, but I don't know. You guys could correct me if you know better.
Process of actively continuing to debate the importance of having every American be armed to the goddamn teeth. Charlie Kirk got shot by another American that was armed to the teeth, and now he's dead. It is pretty crazy, however, that yes, Charlie Kirk had on numerous occasions, not just in 2023, numerous occasions had said gun deaths are unfortunately worth it to keep the Second Amendment. The person who inevitably...
Oh my gosh, he's saying the same thing y'all said. Oh my gosh, this is crazy.
...advocated for his own demise.
That's advocating for your own demise? Charlie Kirk says gun deaths, unfortunately, worth it to keep Second Amendment. Again, apologize for the shitty analogy, but transportation is worth it even though we have X amount of car accidents and car deaths a year. He even says, unfortunately. I mean, there is a scale to it. Like, if 20,000 people died a day from gun violence, or some crazy number of people, then okay, sure. But it's not really reaching that level. But it's just so weird to twist that and say, it's ironic. How is that ironic?
Worth it to keep the Second Amendment. The person who inevitably advocated for his own demise. I don't know.
Advocated for his own demise. Okay, let's follow this train of thought here. Let's just say Charlie Kirk was like, you know what? I am against the Second Amendment. We need to get every single gun off the street. And let's say they worked towards that. They started, confiscating people's guns, right? It's illegal to have a gun. But then somebody illegally got a gun and shot him. Would it still be ironic? Would it be ironic that he was killed by somebody even though he was trying to stop them from having a gun? Because at the end of the day, if somebody wants a gun, like black markets exist. When you try to get rid of something, a black market exists. You increase the price of things. If you make a drug illegal, Now people are going to go and try to either grow the marijuana or produce the drugs, whatever it is, and sell it because you have inflated the price of it. So you create a black market, basically.
No, it will ever actually, I don't know, will ever actually get Republicans to understand this. I don't think they will. I don't think they'll understand it. They didn't understand it when Steve Scalise was shot at the congressional baseball game. They didn't care about it. Steve Scalise himself personally continued to be a strong advocate for freedom to purchase weapons. They didn't understand the dangers of COVID when Herman Cain died.
For example, there was a shooting in my neighborhood. Well, not at this place. The last place I was at, there was a shooting. 3-year-old gets hit, dies. A couple other people get hit. This was right, like, outside my window. And I saw the video footage. It was like 3 dudes pull up in a car. One guy is over top of the car with a rifle shooting. They are just unloading. And they just hit a bunch of people, right? Something tells me those guns are not legal. Something tells me they did not go to the gun store, hand over their ID, get a background check, and get those weapons. Now, it's possible they did. Or it's possible somebody else did, and then maybe they stole them from that person. But after watching that drive-by, I was like, you know, I don't think they were like legal gun owners. I could be wrong, though.
Just don't care. I don't know. Part of me thinks that the Republicans will try to use this as an opportunity to do insane shit. Part of me worries about the vengeance quest that I suspect some people will go on in the aftermath of this. And I, of course, recognize that, you know, this puts, you know, a lot of people that I know and even myself in the crosshairs. But beyond that, beyond the adventurists and people on a vengeance quest that might choose to take matters in their own hands.
And this is the fear.
Obviously, the administration and what they will use, what they will do in the aftermath of this incident. Also,
and I don't know what the administration can really do, because the administration is pro Second Amendment, right? So they're not going to try to clamp down on the Second Amendment. What are they going to do? Say we need to fortify our colleges? Like, I'm not really sure. They could spin it. Of course, they could spin it, but I'm just curious, like, what they could spin it and use it for, besides just like galvanizing their base against the lefties or whatever.
So worrisome, but yeah. Trump announced.
So that was Hasan's take. Interesting. Gosh, man, who is it? So we're getting like, we got some right leaning, we got some left leaning. Oh man, there's somebody off the top of my head. Damn. All right, we're gonna do.
Just hearing this.
Oh, sorry. Some of these creators are so big, I just assume. I'm like, well, everybody knows who this is. But anyway, Hasanabi on YouTube. He's on Twitch. Real big creator. Check him out if you enjoy his content. Lefty political commentator. I think probably one of the biggest lefty streamer, like lefty political commentator streamers.
This right now. Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at his event.
And this is Tim, this is the channel Tim Cast. I think his name is Tim Pool. Boom. We're gonna check out him. He does news. Boom. Doop.
Charlie Kirk has been assassinated. For those that are just hearing this right now, Charlie Kirk was...
Is he extreme? Somebody said Tim Pool is extreme right. It's so interesting. I watched Tim Pool maybe a decade ago, and he used to be he called himself, well, hold up. Did he call himself that? Basically, he was seen as a fence sitter. He was like in the middle, and a lot of his, like just in the comment sections and whatnot, I would see a lot of people like, nah, man, you're right wing, you're one of us. And I feel like over time, maybe, has he kind of adopted the right wing thing? Because I don't really watch him like that now. But I remember back in the day, but like, you know, maybe like 10 years ago, 5-10 years ago, he was like a middle of the ground kind of guy. It's kind of what it seemed like.
Was shot and killed at his event in Utah. And it's absolutely one of the most horrific things. We have this report from CNN. I was awaiting official confirmation. The first thing I want to say is Charlie is an absolute legend. and he was a good friend. I'm not going to pretend like we hung out this guy. I hung out this guy, knew him better than, my homies or whatever. But I just want to say, man, I've done a lot in business and in media. Charlie is a king. He was always super good to us. I don't even know if I should be doing a live stream on this, but Charlie was a very important, one of the most important people in this country. One of the hardest workers, one of the smartest guys. I can't believe that I'm looking at this article right now. I shouldn't be. But I figured it'd be important to make sure that you all knew that I did what I could. This is what I do, and I was torn a little bit. I'm a news and opinion guy, and when the story breaks, I have the video, I have the tweet. This is what I do. This is my job. And to have to do a job that affects me so personally like this, I thought maybe I should just not do anything. But Charlie was the best, and he was a good man, and he will always be remembered for that. And I just still can't believe it. Let me give you guys the news. Let me read for you what the reports are saying. Donald Trump has issued a statement on Charlie Kirk, and I'll tell you what I know, what I can tell you about on our end. I just want to say to his family, anything, anyone, any of you guys, whatever you need. CNN has reporting on this. Trump says conservative activist Charlie Kirk is dead. Rapid Response 47. A statement from Donald Trump. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk, better than no longer with us.
Let's give this a bit because I think we've probably read this a couple times.
At Charlie's event in Utah, is a very large crowd, and he was speaking under a tent as he normally does, as was so famously depicted in one of the most recent South Park episodes. That was the legend. That is the legend. That is Charlie Kirk. Shots rang out. It appeared in the initial videos. He was shot in the neck. That appears to be the case. Subsequently, more videos were published on X showing the severity. Reporting had circulated for the past hour or so that he was in critical but stable condition, with the AP making that statement.
Stable and critical condition. I mean, after seeing the video, I assumed he was kind of dead on the spot. So if he was even still alive, when they got an ambulance there or got him to the hospital, I'd be very, very surprised.
It is now being reported across the board that Charlie has not made it. And I can't believe it. Charlie was the best. TPUSA is the I don't know, the most prominent and important political organization that we have in this country, with many people saying that it rivals or even surpassed that of the RNC and what the GOP could even muster up. So I don't know if there's any official updates. The suspect in the shooting is not yet in.
While we're listening here. Okay, no, actually, sorry, he's talking about it right now. But how long ago was this? This was 12 hours ago. Have they got the suspect yet?
Custody, according to a spokesperson from Utah Valley University, despite the school saying earlier police did have someone in custody. Photos and video did emerge of a man being detained and held, but these are initial reports, and it's hard to know what exactly is true. I got a lot.
Wall Street Journal. The search for the shooter is entering its second day. Authorities on Wednesday took 2 suspects into custody and then released them. Is that it? Oh, wow. So, yeah, I guess they don't know. That was 45 minutes ago that was updated. Yeah, 30 minutes ago from CNN. Shooter still at large. So
a lot to say on this personally, of course, but I want to try and hold back on that because, with all due respect, I don't know. I want to make sure you guys just get as much of the big picture as you can. And then, obviously,
And yeah, who is that? Yo, Mega Swoids or something. You said you said Hasan and Charlie's upcoming debate would have been very informative to watch. Yeah, I mean, it's very small potatoes there considering the situation and everything. But yeah, that would have been nice, you know, and it would have been two opposing sides having a disagreement with each other and then hopefully shaking hands at the end of it, right? So yeah, this is just a real shame. I mean, it's a shame.
We here are, we do the news. We're constantly making phone calls. We have sources in the administration, and I had put out a few tweets. But let me give you a little bit more of these details. Trump previously praised Kirk as critical to his gains among young voters. The latest update being that Charlie Kirk has died. This appears to be the event he was speaking at. Broadcastify audio details Charlie Kirk's shooting. They have, it appears to be, this is Utah County Public Safety broadcast. Statements. UVU by the sound reported one individual was shot, unknown where the shooter went. Let's be advised, UVU and Orem has an active shooter at the Charlie Kirk event. We're getting several calls. We're trying to get more information. The official continued. Are they requesting help? Another official asked. We're not sure yet. We're just trying to get units that way, the first official responded. Charlie was just doing what he did. I can't. There's videos, there's photos. This is the latest that we have on the matter. If you guys are hearing anything, please chat or super chat, and I'll try and read what you guys have to say. Just give you guys a glimpse of what the reporting looks like on our end, and I'll explain to you what was happening to me. I shouldn't say it like that. I'm not trying to in any way imply anything. I'm saying, like, we were doing the work, and there are questions around the information we get, when we can reveal it, and what we know. And I want to explain for you, I hope this helps clear up the state of events and the timeline for those that are curious. On my X, of course, let me just pull this up for you guys. Some people had stated, I had put out a tweet that they're reporting that he had died. I had previously, only minutes before, reported that he was stable. So I want to explain to you what's going on, and just here's my tweet from 27 minutes ago. Reports are that Charlie has died. There is no suspect in custody. TPUK had tweeted, Charlie is alive and fighting in the hospital. Please join us in praying for him. And I'll avoid the hyper-partisan stuff. AP reported that he was alive and in critical condition. And I have this tweet. Source tells me that Charlie is stable.
Ugh. Sorry, I just accidentally scrolled past the video on X. I was looking for some information, and like I said, man, that video, I think I just caught it from a different angle, and geez, man, that video up close is crazy.
So here's a timeline of events.
That's crazy.
We were having a business meeting. I think this was about 2 hours ago. In the vehicle, I received a phone call informing me of what had just immediately happened, and this was within probably a minute or so of the shooting. I began to take a look at what was going on and immediately started getting phone calls from people that we work with, our sources, our friends who work with TPUSA. And initially, you know, I don't want to tweet out too much, and I was informed by a high-level source that Charlie had been stabilized, and that is my tweet.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I'm surprised when people were saying, "Oh, he's in critical condition," and you know, being rushed to the hospital and stuff. I was just surprised at that, because that video, I thought that was sort of just an instant sort of end, like pretty much within seconds. I figured, you know, at the very least, you know, I was gonna say maybe he lost consciousness really quickly, so it was sort of maybe painless. I don't know. This is weird. But yeah, no, it's
Source
fucked up.
tells me
It's
Charlie
fucked
is
up.
stable. Please God. I received a call from a trustworthy source who told me this. I want to believe, and I'm hoping. An individual who I will just stress wanted to remain off the record, or not off the record, but anonymous. And this is an individual, very top level, who informed me that Charlie was stable. And I asked them, can I post this? And they said yes. And so this seemed to be it was correct. Charlie was stable.
Really?
I had gotten a phone call probably around the same time that Just the News had reported this, confirming to me that Charlie had died. And I just wanted to wait a little bit to make sure because I don't want to believe it. I can't believe it. I'm extremely angry. And I don't even have the right to be the angriest, of course. I can't believe this. I can't believe it.
His wife and kids, that's just horrible. Just horrible. Like, was she there? Like, was his family, like, sitting there? Like, I haven't, done a deep dive at, like, who all was there. And in the videos, it's just, the angles are weird. And then it just happens so fast and people are screaming and running around. And, and it cuts off, so.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe the phone calls. I couldn't believe what anybody was telling me. And the only thing I could believe was when they said that he was stable. That was the only thing I could believe. Because I had to. And I received a phone call a little while ago informing me that Charlie didn't make it. There are some evil.
You said his wife and kids in front?
Evil people.
Fuck.
Especially online right now.
Dude, if that's true, that
videos,
sucks.
These outlets.
You said it's Ben Shapiro next? I didn't have him pulled up. Did he? Well, I imagine he did talk about it. We could probably pull him up. I think I had a couple more people. I was just trying to get a wide range of opinions. I imagine people with large followings are going to be pretty tame about it. I can't. If you guys know of people that are celebrating his death that are large creators, not just randoms like myself or something, but like an actual large creator out there, I would be interested in checking that out. But I'm assuming most people, well, hopefully they're just not celebrating it in general because, they're decent. But at the very least, brand safety would probably recommend not doing that.
And I feel like it's not real. Charlie was my friend.
Oh, AOC did speak on it too.
He was a good guy. He stuck his neck out for me and my team more than I
Did
could say
Newsom?
anybody else. And it's not like we're not like, we don't do a lot with TPUSA. And that's what meant so much to me. That for the past several years, I was just texting with the guy, man. They had me on stage. I have done a lot of business in this industry. I have met some of the sleaziest people you can imagine, and Charlie was the best. And I'm not just saying that. He brought us out to his event. He takes care of my crew. He gets us the production that we need, and we don't even ask. He invites me, a guy who I have publicly stated my political disagreements with Charlie Kirk, but the respect I have for his willingness to sit.
Wait, what'd you say? Yo, Pure Powers. You say YouTube channel, moves to Japan, Polly, Pickles, and a lot of Democrats cheering Charlie's death. I haven't heard of them, but I'm going to possibly pull them up. I'm at least going to look into them real quick right now. I've never heard of them.
With me, to have conversations with me, to have debates. And I do think we agree on a lot of things, which is why it makes sense. And it's just amazing how accommodating, how easy, how generous. we got to be at his event, something he built. He started as a young man, working harder than anybody I can imagine to build up Turning Point and Turning Point Action and send a message and inspire young people and promote good and peace and morals. And I'm just some guy who complains on the internet. I've traveled around, I've done reporting, but he does the real hard work.
Oof, I can't find
He
them.
built
Damn.
a real machine that was fixing this country, and it still is. It still is. And I was lucky enough to be able to be a part of his event that he took care of us and my crew. There's a lot that I want to say that I'm not going to say, but I will say that I'll just paraphrase some of these posts.
Signori miei. Sorry.
This is not just the assassination of a political leader.
I'm looking for the people you were telling me about. Though I'm having difficulty. I'm having difficulty. And now my chat is... Well, yeah. I'll have to circle back to that one. Because it has been lost in the sauce.
They killed our friend. Charlie would come down to your event, and he would sit there at that table, and you, literally anybody, could come up, and he would talk to you. Left, right, up, down, top, down, whatever. I'm still sitting here thinking in the back of my mind, this is not correct. CNN's wrong. They're fake news. And I'm going to get a text in a moment saying, Tim, stop. Charlie's okay. Yeah. I'll take some of your guys' super chats if you guys want to add anything. Charlie, you're a legend.
That was weird. That was weird. But what do we got here? Cigar box guitar guy. The comment section seems to be full of unhinged left wingers celebrating. Well, we have unhinged left people here, unhinged, right wing people here, people in the center. Some of them are probably unhinged as well. I mean, yeah, the celebrating definitely rubs me the wrong way. Celebrating death and everything, just for people that, with opposing opinions and stuff, rubs me the wrong way. But I do try to keep a nice balance here, right? A balance. Right, left, and everything in between. I don't want an echo chamber. That's what I want to avoid. You said screw AOC. She didn't wait long to try to twist this into a narrative that's against the right. Are you serious? I don't know if you're responding to me, Tilly. You said, right, that I shouldn't, maybe you're talking to somebody else. You said that I shouldn't be allowed to exist is just an opposing opinion. I'll wait for you to circle back on that. If you're talking to me, I mean, we could dive into it. But I don't want to get too far into, like, the whole, like, trans conversation. I mean, like I said, we could have a whole stream on that. But that's just going to take, like, that's just, like, a whole rabbit hole right now that is just going to take us so far from the topic. Oh, that was to me? I don't necessarily think, like, there are probably people on the right that think you shouldn't exist. There's probably people on the left that think you shouldn't exist. I imagine most people, I think most people in general probably don't care at all about you. Never will. They'll never meet you. They're going to live their lives. They don't care about me either. This isn't like a personal thing. They don't care about me either. And yeah. Now, there's some crazy people that are like, I want every trans person dead. Yeah, there are. I just like to believe that those just aren't most people. Like, even if somebody doesn't like trans people, are they going to go out of their way to harm them? Some will, yeah. But I can't imagine that's most people. right or left. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong. Oh, I'm sorry. You said specifically Charlie Kirk. Did Charlie Kirk say that like what part of you not existing? The trans part? Like I'm confused. I shouldn't be you said allowed to exist. Just from what I've heard him speak on, it's hard for me to believe he says you shouldn't be allowed to exist. But if we want to have the whole, I mean, we could pull up some if you've got some clips, I don't know. We might be able to pull them up and do that. I don't know if I want to do that right now though. Because like I said, I want to have like a whole like LGBT trans stream and stuff to try to figure out some of that stuff, you know, and understand better, right? I just don't know if right this moment is like the best time. Oh, communism made it through. Good gosh, people in chat are extra today. Well, you missed it, really. I mean, I think it's simmered down quite a bit, to be honest. I couldn't even look at it for a little bit there at the beginning.
When Donald Trump got shot, I was at a poker room. I was at Potawatomi in Wisconsin. We were gearing up for the RNC. There was a local state rep. We're both sitting there. TVs are playing sporting events or something. I don't know, sports betting. And my phone blows up. And this was just, I think, what was it, Sunday? I can't remember what day of the week it was, but we had just traveled into town. Our crew drove the equipment. We were doing a week at a hotel during the RNC because they were all spread out. And when Trump got shot, it was a shock and it was terrifying. And he was okay and he made it through. What happened to Charlie hit like a sack of bricks in my face. I guess it's just different, man.
Yo, or you say go, or GG Toxin? You said a lot of supporting political violence, justifying death because of words here. Yeah, I need to, I guess, pay closer attention. I don't know why I do these streams so late, because none of my mods are on. So, I mean, if somebody's like calling out like death threats or anything like that, I mean, if you guys would have just mentioned it, you know, I could review it and, you know, kick them or whatnot, but it's very light on mods today. So, I don't know why. I've been just up at like, what time is it? Oh my gosh, it's like 6 a.m. How long have I been here? I started at like 3 a.m. So, everybody's asleep at this time. I need some mods for this time. That's actually what I need.
Everybody's saying war. Here's what I hope. No war. I don't want war.
It's a bone.
I don't want to learn more about my friends getting hurt.
Well, Tilly, you are a mod, so if somebody's threatening you, I mean, you could just, you know, silence them, give them a timeout, you know. My whole thing is, I mean, the chat was flying and I was trying to like pay attention to what people were saying on the screen here. So I was like, it's kind of hard to moderate and react to shit.
Hurt. I don't want to see more videos of people I know, good people, getting hurt. We spend so much time talking about the rest of the world, Nepal, Ukraine. It doesn't hit close to home the way this does. So no, I don't want war. I don't want it. No, I want to order Buffalo Wild Wings and put on the game. I want to watch a baseball game with my friends and play some poker. $20, just you and the boys. You know what I mean? Having a good time, hanging out. Play some cards. Skateboard. Maybe throw some disc golf with the boys. I don't want to have to worry about looking over my shoulder. What I will say is we're canceling our events for obvious reasons. I got to confer with the crew on exactly how this plays out and what this means. But my phone is on fire right now with security as at the highest level it could possibly be. And we had an upcoming event. I was going to be on the ground at a university doing much the same.
I kind of think we've gotten Tim's take. I don't know if there's much more we're going to get out of this.
Benjamin says,
actually, you know what? Let me pull up the Ben Shapiro tweet that he pulled up. Since somebody did mention Ben Shapiro in chat, I don't know if I'm going to pull up a whole video from him, but if he made a tweet, that'd be a lot easier. Or am I just really slow? Oh. Here we go. This is from Ben Shapiro. Like all of you, I'm utterly stunned and heartbroken and sick to my soul today. It is unimaginable to write these words. I met Charlie Kirk when he was 18 years old, a young man so eager and determined that I immediately turned to a friend and said, that kid is going to be the head of the RNC one day. Charlie became even bigger and more important than that. It was a privilege to watch the principled man stand up for his beliefs and create the single most important conservative political organization in America. But more importantly, Charlie was a good man, a man who believed in right and wrong, who stood by his biblical values. All of us will miss him, and I can't imagine the pain of his beautiful young family, and we must all pray for them. And we must pick up the baton where Charlie left it, fighting for the things he believed in so passionately. And we must fight for a better America, an America where good people can speak truth and debate passionately without fear of a bullet. I weep for Charlie's family, and I weep for my country today. Most of all, I weep for Charlie.
Remember that Charlie Kirk's entire career was focused around winning the debate in proper democratic fashion, and they still shot him. Will Kane, brother, shout out. You have a great show. I love watching your show, 4 p.m.s. And he had a moment of silence, and I could see it. I could see it in your eyes, brother, the same as I felt it in mine. This is a day of tremendous evil. Dave Portnoy.
I'll let him finish up
Charlie
this
Kirk,
last
doesn't
point.
matter what your opinion is of Charlie or his politics. If you don't view this as one of the darkest days in American history, then you are part of the problem. Dave, shout out, man. Shout out to Barstool. I'm a big fan.
I'm gonna stop that one there because we're not watching the whole hour of Tim. But if you want to catch his coverage, he does news. Tim Cast on YouTube. But I wanted to, I think the Cartier family, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was curious to get their reaction.
By the way, our affiliate.
I like this channel as well. These dudes are pretty cool. I feel like they're just like normal dudes just talking about stuff, which is why I enjoy watching them. It doesn't really feel to me as if it's super politically motivated, but I mean, some people would be like, oh, well, they met with right-wingers and Trump and this, that, and the third, but I don't know. It just feels like when I'm watching them, they're just kind of like normal dudes. So I recommend them. Check out their channel if you want, if you like this, but I'm gonna check out their
We're showing by
reaction.
the way our affiliate in Utah and the aftermath of the shooting. You could see people running away pretty quickly, as you would imagine they would do at gunshots. The FBI director, Kash Patel, has waited.
Crab. Yeah, chat tends to go off topic. It's either commie baiting people into conversations about communism, somehow trans stuff coming up, and each mod has like their own thing that they like. Their subject, and I've noticed that a lot of times chat just kind of follows that in some way. Then you got like the trolls and the people that are like rage baiters, and they tend to like stir the pot a certain way. So it's like a give and take,
Weighed in on this. He just tweeted the following: "We're closely."
See, that's the problem with having, I feel like, a diverse chat. My goal is like, I want to have left, right. Like I said, I want to have everybody, but it's really hard to keep if you have everybody. Keep them on the same topic. So
Monitoring reports of the tragic shooting involving Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones.
Yeah, not too much. Somehow, if I'm on here long enough, I always see like 2 or 3 of the same debate topics in chat, and then eventually I get baited into it. But today, I'm gonna at least get through this topic before I get baited into anything.
We're closely monitoring reports of the tragic shooting involving Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected. Agents will be on the scene quickly, and the FBI stands in full support of the ongoing response. and the investigation. Charlie Kirk is a divisive figure, polarizing, lightning rod, whatever term you want to use. Why?
Well, he's one of MAGA's most prominent voices online. He hosts a near daily podcast. He opines on almost everything. He's been very closely aligned with the president since his initial run for office in 2015, 2016. And his ties to Trump really elevated his own brand. He was really quite young as an activist when the president launched his initial campaign. And he has kind of ridden along with MAGA since 2016 and built up a massive, massive brand of his own. His group has brought in tons and tons of money.
Talk to me about the environment in which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, to emphasize what you just emphasized, we don't know any of the full details of this. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this. But following up on what was just said.
We saw this clip earlier. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun in celebration. Who is this man? What? The more I think about it and after I've heard it, it's the crazier it sounds to me. Because it's like we don't know what it is. But to even put that out there as though that's a normal thing that's happening at these events is just so, it just feels dishonest. Or disingenuous, at least.
We don't know any of the full details of this. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this. But following up on what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Talk to me about the environment.
Is he trying to justify it? These people are evil, bro. MSNBC, bro, these people are actual evil. They have no sympathy in their hearts at all. Y'all, Charlie Kirk did a lot for us.
Wait, XX, you said he was fired for this? Are you talking about that gentleman there on the news? If that's the case, now I'm curious. I don't know if you're just memeing or something, or
he got us.
Wait, really? Really? Okay, I'm gonna look that up. No way.
Introduced to President Trump, and beyond that, he is a good.
It almost sounds like they were trying to stop him. Like if you listen right at the end, I couldn't tell because I don't know his name, so I wasn't sure if they were talking to him.
And then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Talk to me about the environment.
He was fired pretty much instantly. Yeah, I guess I could see that because, oh, yikes. I mean, he did kind of blame him in a sense. Victim blaming, some people would call it. Instantly. Hold up, MSNBC. See. Oh, here we go. MSNBC fires, wow. MSNBC fires analyst Matthew Dowd for unacceptable comments about Charlie Kirk. Dowd had suggested Kirk brought on an assassination with hateful words. Okay, you guys were not lying. Sometimes, chat, y'all are a bit much. And sometimes y'all tell the truth. I appreciate y'all. That's crazy. Wow.
To take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Talk to me about the environment.
Is he trying to justify it? These people are evil, bro. MSNBC, bro, these people are actual evil. They have no sympathy in their hearts at all. Y'all, Charlie Kirk did a lot for us. He has flown us out to places. He got us introduced to President Trump. And beyond that, he is a good man. He loves the Lord Jesus. And regardless of your political views, if you agree with the man or not, you should never, ever sit there and justify somebody being shot. he might be dead right now. And that's the first thing you say. I'm sorry, but you don't see this happen on the right. This only happens on the left with the media. The media on the right, when someone on the left is attacked or anything like that, which you never really hear happening, but I do not hear this happening. Like when they shot at Trump, they cheered. I've already seen people on No Jumpers Instagram comments saying that they prayed for times like this, and I mean,
we already watched the videos of people celebrating it, so I mean, we know this is true. I mean, anytime anything happens, there's always going to be somebody out there, if the story gets big enough, that is like, oh yeah, I support that, just out of the sheer number of people there are, right? But yeah, it's pretty sick. It's pretty nasty.
Quote, that is exactly what they said. The hate and the divisiveness is from the left. It is insane. All he would do is debate.
Oh yeah, no, who's that? Neural Cult. I jumped on Reddit earlier when I had a break, and I was just like, because I was just looking for information in a couple different places, and yeah, at least wherever I was on Reddit, they were very celebratory.
Prove people wrong, and then they were so sad that they were being wrong that they wished on the man's death. This is sickening, this is evil, and I'm sick to my stomach, and I pray to God that he is alive.
He never once mentioned violence.
Never. He was literally preaching the truth, and the truth, sometimes people don't like the truth, but he would literally just debate and make people look dumb, but he never said anything about violence. Ever, ever, ever. He's not racist. I've met the man. I've talked to the man myself. He has flown us out with his money, himself. He introduced us to President Trump, himself. This is like, even besides the fact that he's done things for us, this one hits us different, y'all, because we actually have met and talked to this man multiple times. He is a good man. He is a Christian. He believes in Jesus Christ. This is sickening. If anyone out there calls himself a Christian and you justify this, shame on you. Shame on you. This is evil, and I'm pissed off, bro.
Like I haven't wanted to shed a tear all year. Like I actually feel like I want to shed a tear, bro, because this is like, it's like you can't even speak truth anymore, bro. Like this is literally all he did.
It's literally shut up or die.
I agree with almost everything Charlie said. And that means that any one of us could have got shot. Anybody could have got shot.
And that's the scary thing. I mean, Charlie Kirk had a large following. You could say, I don't want to say he represented half of the country, but if we were to just take the broad concept of being a conservative, right? There's a lot of people that probably believe the same things that he believes, right? Now, we don't know what the reason for the shooting was. Everybody's assuming it's political. It may be. It seems like what else would it be? But it could have just been some random crazy guy. But assuming it's political, all the people that support him are probably thinking, well, damn, will they kill me? Like, are people saying it's justified to kill me because I share similar beliefs to this man? And that's where it gets dangerous because, well, some people aren't going to, like, just lay down and take it kind of a thing. And they might be like, well, I got to get them first, or let's retaliate. And that's not what we want. We don't want to keep, raising the stakes and raising the stakes.
To me yesterday, I opened my DM request and people were saying F your religion, F Jesus. To me, in my Instagram, people have given us death threats, y'all, for what we do. It is always the left. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make a group statement. Obviously, it's not all the people on the left, but it is typically the left.
Right now, to me, like, this is like a crazy milestone, guys, because it's not about politics anymore, honestly.
It's not, bro. It's about right and wrong.
It's about good versus evil.
That's what it is, bro.
This right here is evil.
We've been seeing a lot of evil lately, bro.
Because it's just ideas. Like, politics is how we think society should be ran, and you get killed. You almost get killed for it.
He might be dead. We don't know if he's dead or not.
He got shot in the neck,
the close video we saw,
it
looks like
he's gone.
He's dead, or he may never be the same, and that is sickening. Because on the college campuses used to be for the differences of ideas. People were supposed to go there and debate their differences and ideas, and that's what it's supposed to be. In America, you can vote how you vote, and we can disagree, and you're all supposed to live together in harmony. But you cannot sit here and call yourself a decent human if you are happy that another human being was shot and killed possibly.
What I think should have happened to this man immediately, I can't say on YouTube. Because this is the guy that did it. This is insane, man. He
And they
wasn't
got
even
on there,
bro.
and on
He's old.
MSNBC gonna say we don't know if it was one of his supporters letting
Or
off a
somebody
shot.
was cheering.
Are you
Come
kidding
the
me,
hell
bro?
on,
See, no,
bro.
bro. Actually,
Come the hell on,
I have some
bro.
extremist shit to say,
Nah,
but I'm gonna just
bro.
say it because this shit is extreme. Honestly, Trump, you need to go on a mass spree of figuring some, I don't know, doing some crazy shit. Shut MSNBC down after that. Divisive figure. He's actually brought people together. Black people have told us they like Charlie Kirk.
Bro.
And he brought black people to
He
the right.
doesn't do any hate speech. It's only the other side that does hate speech. They say all Republicans this, all of them that. He just sits there and proves them wrong. He just debates. Why do you say that someone's divisive when they debate and then you're wrong? He will come to the table and talk. He went on Bill Maher's show. He will go on liberal shows.
Yeah, he talked with Gavin Newsom.
Gavin
Just
Newsom.
about ideas, bro. It's not like that's all politics is. So it just seemed. Then some people will say, "Oh, we told y'all we need to get rid of the guns." So I bet some people said, "Oh, it happened because it was in a red state." I bet somebody said that. But you know what's a trend here? That is the left that's doing these shootings.
It is, bro. It literally
These transgenders
and then they
freaking
get on
people
there
like this.
and they say he said the dude on MSNBC. Somebody should slap the shit out of him today. He got on there and said, he literally just said, bro. He literally just said, the dude on MSNBC.
Oh, the dude on MSNBC lost his job, so I mean, seemed to lose it real fast. They cut him right off.
He just said, if you think hateful and talk hateful actions will happen to you. Well, you're thinking hateful and you're talking hateful. So you reap what you sow, sir, and you better be careful.
This man has a family,
don't say it
bro.
like that, though.
I mean, no,
That's what he said.
That's what he said. That is what he
I didn't
said.
say anything but what he said.
No, that's what exactly
You
what he
reap
said.
what you sow. Don't say those things.
This man has a family, bro. This was like his job. Like, it's just politics, bro. It's not that. Like, I didn't know this shit gets this deep, bro.
Oh my gosh, bro.
But you know
back
what
in the
I
day, they was killing people.
No, but you know
we're not
what?
in that time no more
They was
But he's not even in. He doesn't hold a political position
at all.
And that's the thing, is he doesn't hold a political position. He is just a commentator, which is kind of scary.
Yeah, he not.
There are plenty of people on the left that do what he does, and they love them.
But the thing is, bro. The thing is, back then they probably was doing this shit for money reasons. You know, some people want to support it.
But they'll
It's
still
real,
want
some
murder.
people don't.
Violence is never, ever the answer.
You know, you see why they said they killed JFK like that. I could see, some crazy stuff going on like that. But nowadays, this shit just off the woke mind virus.
It's off the woke mind virus, y'all.
It's not about money no more.
I pray for angels every day because we've gotten death threats.
Bad.
We've gotten death threats. We've gotten DMs. This can happen to pretty much anyone on the right with the voice. But he's not a coward. This is what happens when you're a man and you speak up for the truth and you say the things that everyone else is thinking but scared to say, like Charlie does.
Guys, the video is very graphic. Like, we
The
can't
video
show
is
it,
god
but,
awful.
It's sickening.
It is sickening. My stomach hurts.
Yeah, I'm really pissed off.
I can't believe this shit. Actually, I have so much to say. I'm speaking.
And it's just like this one, y'all, like Trump's was bad. Yes,
No, this was bad.
But like he got shot in the ear, and like we knew he was okay instantly.
Yeah.
We don't know right now, and we have met and talked. I've sat down and had an interview with this man that is on our channel.
Robert Woods said, "Words are strong; they have consequences." What are the implications to that? I mean, everything has a consequence, right? I mean, let me find something here. Try to find something I could throw across the room and it won't shatter into a million pieces. Although that would make my point better. But yeah, if I were to take this and, right? There was a consequence. There was an action. There was a consequence to the action, right? Every single thing that we do. See, the way it's supposed to work is you're supposed to be able to say what you want within, you can't do a call to action for violence or, yell fire in a crowded theater, right? But you're allowed to be able to say what you want. The consequence for saying what you want or, speaking your mind is not supposed to be getting shot in the neck. That's the thing.
Handle.
Facts.
This is just.
This shit is crazy.
This is
like this man has took his time to really try and help us. And y'all just say he's just racist because y'all
help
don't agree.
everybody.
Help
United
America.
States. Yeah, like. And it just is crazy, man. It's just like, when if people there was somebody like in the streets that, you know, that get killed, we know that's gonna happen. This dude's doing nothing but right, following Jesus. He got a family. He talk about the nuclear family. Like,
he
doing
preaches the truth.
right.
He says the truth, even though people don't like it. And you don't have to agree with every single thing he says, but you do have to respect that he's authentic and he says what he thinks.
So we gotta call it how
He
we
went
see
on
it.
George Janko's show.
I know, we gotta call it how we see
Yeah.
it. It's an attack on Christians.
It's been one.
Yeah, we gotta call it how we see it,
Christianity
guys.
is the most persecuted
so, I'm gonna be
religion.
real, guys. If Trump start taking extreme repercussions.
But what repercussions could Trump take is my question. Like, what could he do because of this situation? Fuck you, Frank. God damn it. Frank Rubin, you are truly terrible at analogies. Yo, sometimes my analogies are great, and sometimes the dog shit, okay? I admit that.
On violent people, you know, it's needed, guys, because people have to get terrified. Because I don't know, man. Like, what did he feel like he took one for America, brother? America voted. We know America. You know, like, y'all not seeing what America wants.
They do this and they say the right is divisive. Charlie Kirk is
Whoa, Frank. You said my analogies are almost as bad as my choices in moderators. Listen. You could insult my analogies. I'll take that on the chin. But my unhinged moderation team, they're beautiful. Come on. In fact, you know what, Frank? Just for that. So you said that my choices and moderators are bad. Okay. I got something for you. There you go. I'm gonna wait for you to send another message now. When you say something, you'll see what I did. Let's see if you have the same opinion.
divisive.
Like, the left isn't winning anymore. It's never gonna win anymore. So I don't understand what was even.
How is the right divisive? You will never see someone on the right saying, I would not associate with someone on the left because of their views. It's only the people on the left who say that about the people on the right. And it's the media. Remember, like we always, the media. We saw what MSNBC just said.
My boy from the crowd. This shit is crazy, man.
Nah, the media incites violence.
Oh, now you don't want to say, yo, Frank Ruman, what the hell, bro? Like, don't tell me you left. You better still be here. Oh my gosh. Yo, did you just get... Wow, Nightbot very rarely actually, like, deletes things. Frank. Y'all are killing me. Oh my gosh. I knew this was going to be a tough one today for moderation. I was like, should I even go live? Because I knew you guys were going to be pretty crazy.
And it's the media. Remember, like we always, the media. We saw what MSNBC just said.
My boy from the crowd. This shit is crazy, man.
Nah, the media incites violence.
Wow.
Look at this.
What the hell?
Guy, man.
He is a great man. He is a real patriot. And he speaks the truth that he is brave. That's what happens when you speak the truth. That's what happens. They said, literally, the left says, shut up. Not everyone again, but the elites are saying, shut up or die.
Shit is insane.
They told Trump that. They told him that.
Yeah, man, that's what I think, bro. But it's like, if you guys are wrong.
What has just transpired is tremendously disturbing. It is the latest evolution against doing.
Okay, I don't think this is on my side.
Against universal background checks, they continue to support.
There we go. This is AOC. Oh, real quick though. Ah, damn, I lost it, didn't I? Oh, right there. You guys enjoy them. Cartier family. Check them out on YouTube. They cover just a lot of pop culture, politics stuff. That's who we were just checking out.
I mean, I think what has just transpired is tremendously disturbing. It is the latest evolution and instance of political violence in the United States, and it must end.
Congresswoman, what message do you have to your fellow lawmakers regarding the political environment? What message do you have to your fellow lawmakers regarding the political environment and the rhetoric that has been put out in the media?
You know, beyond rhetoric, we need to talk about action. And we need to talk about, yes, there are words, but most importantly, we are in a job of leadership. We are in a job of action. We are in a role and a position where the American people are looking to us to do something about this. And every single day, people are dying due to gun violence in America. And every single day, there are people in this building that continue to vote against doing anything. They vote against universal background checks. They continue to support legislation.
So she's doing the whole spin thing. Okay. I don't really like. I mean, we'll listen to it.
Move anyway to block the mentally ill, to block extremists, to block people with histories and records of domestic violence from getting guns in their hands. So are we going to do something about this or not? We have a political assassination that happened at the same time as a school shooting where children are dying on the same day, a week after a shooting at a Catholic school where children were gunned down while praying. Are we going to do something, or are we going to argue over rhetoric? That is my question about this. We have to pass gun safety legislation and stop this.
What one congresswoman was saying, was yelling at Republicans, and it was Democrats.
I mean, people can finger point all they want. Look at the record. Look at the actions of what we are doing. I don't think a single person who has dedicated their entire career to preventing gun safety legislation from getting passed in this House has any right to blame anybody else but themselves for what is happening. We have to stop this. We can stop this. And why don't we start by acknowledging that basic common sense gun safety legislation is not taking away a gun, is not attacking the Second Amendment, but it is about ensuring the safety of our children.
Isn't there already background checks? I mean, if there's like red flags, I mean, if you go into a gun store and you just seem off, can't they just not sell you the gun? And then you have to do the background check. And then depending on the state and everything, I don't think you generally get a gun the same day. You might get it like a week or two later, depending on the gun. And this is my biggest problem, because people say, well, we don't do mental. Let's just assume this for a second. Everyone wants to always go to mental health, as if it's just like mentally ill people are walking in to a gun store. They're obviously mentally ill, and then they're sold a gun, and then they go out and commit a crime. You guys do realize, right, that you could buy a gun today, keep it in good condition, and you could have that gun 10 years from now. Who knows? Maybe you lost your job. Maybe you hit your head. Whatever. But you snap. You were sane when you bought the gun. But because you have the gun for your whole life, there is a chance that you will not be sane at some point in your life. So just sitting here saying, well, mental health, we need to stop people with like bad mental health from getting guns. It's like, well, sure. I mean, I do agree with that. I mean, if somebody is like, you know, schizophrenic or something, or, you know, they're like hearing voices that are telling them to kill people, yeah, we probably shouldn't let that person have a gun. You know, I could agree with that. But you also have to look at the fact that if you have a gun, at any point that person could snap in the next 10, 20, or 30 years. So that's why this whole, like, the whole gun safety thing, I struggle to figure out how to legislate it in like the most effective manner. I don't know if there will ever be a case where you could have zero illegal gun deaths. And when I mean illegal, I mean non-self-defense, right? Because I think we all agree that if somebody attacks somebody, right? If you're walking down the street and somebody comes up and tries to attack you, tries to stab you, tries to whatever, tries to kidnap you, and you take out a gun and shoot them and they die, that gun death is a little bit different because it's self-defense than going and just shooting random people. You, as a Euro, have barely any whatsoever. Wait, what are you talking about? Kami, what are you talking about? You, as a European, have barely any whatsoever. Are you saying I, as a European? Because you know I'm not European, so I'm confused. You said the more potentially dangerous the gun, the more licensing loops. Much like vehicles again. What do you mean the more dangerous the gun? Can you okay, real quick. I'm curious. I'm really trying to understand. I really want to understand. Because I must just be missing information. Could you just what is the most dangerous? Could you just give me a list of a general list of guns, right? From most dangerous to least dangerous or vice versa. Right? Oh, I missed the first. Okay, I got you. Sorry. I'll be going on my rants, so. Where's your first half? What are you talking about? Barely any what? I had the stream muted. But yeah, I'm not finding your other message, Tilly, so. And then Kami, fuck my life. No. Umis says, I, as a Euro, barely have any gun control. You're saying you barely have any points up. Look, okay, I'm scrolling for days. 1, 2, oh, there you go. Oh, you're not? Yeah, Johnny, I see what you're saying with that one. Okay, Tilly, let me just pull up your damn chat log so I guess that's the easier way to go about this. Okay, I've pulled up your chat log. So maybe, YouTube might have censored you, actually. I don't have my chat on screen, so I can't really tell you, and you can't tell if it censored you, but it might have censored you. All I have is, I didn't touch anything, claim what you loke, and then the most potentially dangerous gun, blah, blah, blah. So YouTube might have blocked you. Don Davis. Ashlarius, Scotland had gun issues, anti-school shooter, they banned guns, and they had 0 mass shootings in 30 years since. You say they banned guns. How did they go about banning them? Did they confiscate them? Also, where did you say that was? Scotland. How many guns were in Scotland? I mean, there's a lot of factors, but I'm curious to know if they did a gun buyback program or if they just confiscated them. I can't imagine they banned them, or at least banned the sale of them, but let people keep them. I just said something harmless about potential ways to regulate guns. Yeah, see, Carol, I just didn't want the chat on screen for this one because I knew people were gonna be pretty crazy. But generally, chat, I have the chat on stream so you guys could actually see when your stuff gets banned by YouTube. Because, yeah, I can't even tell when you guys say certain words that YouTube doesn't like. It looks like to you that the words or the messages are going through to us, but none of us can see them. Not having this is coming from GG Toxin. Not having the 2A makes illegal guns a million times more dangerous and suppressing and allows government overreach. They should definitely be safely, or do safety regulation or legislation, but also harsher punishment for illegal weapons. Oh yeah, without a doubt, without a doubt. Wait, Australia banning machetes? What? That's scary, because if you ban machetes, that means you must have had a machete problem. I don't know why. Like, intuitively, like, we know, okay, a machete, I guess, is less dangerous than a gun. Or at least, I mean, you could outrun a person with a machete. But if that person catches up to you, I feel like I'd almost rather be shot than hit with a machete. But I don't know. I don't know. Ton is trying to start arguments. Well, that's half the people here. Ton, what are you doing? Gun-free places rock. My home nation allows guns. Is restricting more now. We have places even legal gun holders can't hold guns. I feel actually safe there. And we have places like that too. However, that doesn't stop a person from walking with a gun. It's not like there's a magical force field. That just means everybody there doesn't have a gun. The scary part of that is like, okay, nobody there has a gun. If I'm somebody that wanted to do crime, right? If you want to break into somebody's house and burglarize, right? Commit burglary. And you know one house, it's gun owners, and the other house is no guns. You're probably going to break into the house that doesn't have guns if you knew this information in advance, right? So that's my only issue at like the gun-free places is I just worry about sort of what the side effect of that could be. Because I grew up, every single one of my neighbors had guns, we had guns, everybody had guns. There were no shootings where I was at. Like, we didn't have shootings. Everybody hunted and had guns. So it was never an issue. And look, who's that? Camille Ascendancy? You said, okay, I'll ask it as a question. Is there not too many guns in circulation inside the United States to ban them now? And that's another concern. They say there's over 300 million guns or 400 million guns in the country. You could ban them, but I mean, unless you're going to forcibly, like kick down people's doors and try to take them, I don't know how you're going to make all those guns disappear. You said there's way more guns than that, way more. Really? I mean, I figured like 300 to 400 million. But I could see there being more. I know, because I know some people that have like 20 guns. So, like for like just themselves. Ghost guns, yeah. At least 400 to 500 million. Okay, yeah. I mean, I could believe that too. Not because I'm thinking about like I said, like some people are like, oh shit, they do have a lot of guns. Just that's just one person. So, Only 20 dead. I need to catch you on. What's going on, Sebastian?
Women of people across this country to ensure taking away a gun is not attacking the Second Amendment, but it is about ensuring the safety of our children, of women, of people across this country to ensure that guns and
the women one, the children I get because of school shootings. The safety of women, I'm like, okay, but then you just keep talking. It's like, wait, what about the safety of men? If anything, again, maybe this is just my American sort of viewpoint on it. Then again, I shouldn't even say that because there's a lot of Americans in chat, or a lot of Americans in general, that are probably against the Second Amendment. But a gun is kind of like the great equalizer, right? You could be a woman and have a gun, and you're basically at the same level as a man now. Well, actually, you're above a man if the man doesn't have a gun, right? Now, if you both have guns, then you guys are like on equal playing field, more or less, right? Or, so yeah, it's weird. Because she's like, to keep our women safe, we need to get rid of, or like, I don't know. It's just, it's odd. It's just odd to me. I don't know where the women part came in. And then like not mentioning men. Because I'm like, what?
firearms do not get in the hands of people who are going to use them against human beings, period. Domestic violence is one of the highest indicators.
You know what? I should have waited. Domestic violence. Okay, that's one instance I can see. Maybe it's a woman issue where, you know, women are getting shot or something. I have to look at the numbers and stats. Now I'm interested.
Of whether a person is going to kill someone else with a gun or not. There are so many other indicators, you know, and I think it is so deeply important that when a politician tries to blame words.
Don, a gun, you said a gun on your property is fine in my opinion, but why do you need them in public? Well, because unfortunately people do things in public as well. I mean, most of the time, are you going to need it? You're probably not going to need it. 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, you're not going to need it. But it would really suck if you needed it and you didn't have it. Some people are crazy and they would just walk up and knife you. In fact, there was a story out of Charlotte, North Carolina that I'd like to cover. I'll probably do it on my next stream, maybe later today. Where, well, honestly, a gun wouldn't have helped her in this situation. I don't know if you guys have seen that story. Girl sits down in the train. A dude sitting behind her just takes out a knife and stabs her in the neck, and she just bleeds out and dies. And it seems like he did it for like pretty much no reason. In that situation, I mean, a gun would not have helped her because it was like a surprise attack. But my point to that is, some people are crazy. And a person might want to aggress on you, and then you're like, they notice that you have a gun, and all of a sudden they think twice about it. But if they know you have a gun, and they still aggress on you, well, that person is fucking crazy, so it's a good thing you have a gun. Holy shit, no way. I knew it was a high number. I would have to look that one up. Emerald Coast 420 says 58% of gun deaths each year are self-inflicted. Oh, man, that's wild. Yeah, you know, Old Smokey, I got the notification as well, and it threw me off. I was like, wait, his channel is still posting. Eerie, right? I got that notification as well. It's probably because you can schedule things to post, right? So it's probably just that.
For far too long, Americans have been forced to put up with Democrat-run cities that set loose savage, bloodthirsty criminals to prey on innocent people. really very, very innocent people. In every place, they control radical left judges, politicians, and activists, and they've adopted a...
I think that's what he posted. Or, yeah. That's a lie. I don't need to research, says Todd. Yikes. Okay. There was a teacher that was carrying in California, I believe, and it went off in the classroom on accident. Gee, wait, can teachers, wait, what? Can teachers take guns into school? Yeah, no, I've been meaning to, that was supposed to be what I was talking about today, and then this happened. And I was hoping, if you guys were here last night, I was hoping the president or the press secretary or somebody might get asked the question about UAPs. And I don't think we're going to be getting that today. Or, yeah, I just don't think we're going to be getting that. Bro, y'all be having Nightbot saying amen a lot. Technically no, but technically yes. Who's stopping them? Man, I was working at this coffee shop and one of my regular customers, you know, this just gun-toting conservative dude. Super cool dude, though. He was awesome. But he always had his gun on him and everything. And one day, I don't know how it happened, but he dropped it. I don't know if it like fell in his holster, the holster fell off, or what it was. And I am just so happy that thing did not go off and kill me. Because he looked, I mean, he was so surprised. Everybody was like, whoa. And I'm just looking at it on the ground like, man, if that thing went off, it was like pointing at me and everything. I was like, that would have sucked. So it hit the ground and did not go off. Very grateful. I could believe you could have it on school property, but not in the school. Maybe. I just thought schools were like gun free, so I could be mistaken, or things could have changed. Armed drones patrolling. Sounds expensive. Really? Okay. Did not know that.
For inaction, they need to look at their action and their record. We like enough of this. This is horrific. This is awful. And the assassination of Charlie Kirk risks an
We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us, continuing to bring you the breaking news coverage of Charlie Kirk murdered in Utah at his event. The Utah governor calling it a political assassination. We've heard already from President Trump. We'll play that out for you a little bit later, just in case if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox. But really, the big news since this shooting, though, is that the suspect's still on the loose. An active manhunt is going on right now in Utah. Before, they did have a person detained. They were questioning that person, but then we hear from FBI Director.
If this person does not get caught, people, I think people will be very upset, and yeah, I think some people will lose their mind, honestly. I mean, it's bad too. They need to get caught. They need to get caught.
Dr. Kash Patel saying the subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues, and we will continue to release information in interest of transparency. So I want to obviously continue to talk about this. Let's bring in our next guest to help break down what the investigation might look like right now in this hour. Scott Duffy, former FBI agent, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And yeah, this is a story now where we think, okay, maybe we have someone detained, they're going to be the suspect, and now it looks like it's back to square one.
Yeah, good evening, Micah. Thanks for having me on.
Yo, Old Smokey, that old man, I don't know, are you joking, or is there something I don't know about that? Because I saw that they had detained or arrested that man. Apparently they've let go the two people that they detained. Is there something to the story I'm not getting here? Dude, we've been getting a lot of Aussies in here lately. I love it. Oh, FBI said the first guy detained is being charged with obstruction. Interesting. Delaware in the house. What's going on? Welcome, welcome. Delaware, so man, it's like 7 a.m. for you. Oh, normal. Wait, what time of day is it in Australia? Or where you are in Australia? Getting ready for work? Well, 8:44 p.m. Okay. So that means you're... Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, it's like 12 hours. New York City. New York City is in chat. Let me get the weather for New York City. I'll just say New York. Yo, K-Dog, do you know that person's name? Or you can't post links in the chat, but is there a way I could look that up? But let's be fair, a lot of people were probably said some stupid shit, maybe made some sort of death threats or something before he came and really had nothing to do with it. Old Smokey, I might be interested in some of that footage. Have I heard of Eating History though? See, I promised you guys I wouldn't get distracted early on. So the old man was acting crazy to distract from the shooter. Listen, John, I want to talk about aliens too. We were talking about them yesterday. There was that whole UAP hearing. We'll revisit it, but we have to do, you know, news and sadder things today. So I don't know any videos of the old man. Like, what do you mean, the old man? Oh, you said the threat was that something big was definitely going to happen. That followed an angry post about someone should do something to erase Kirk. Huh. No, I haven't seen that. Hold up. Let me see. How would I Google that? Let me see. Oh, I think I found it. The original Charlie Kirk suspect, who allegedly confessed to the crime in police custody, was filmed yelling, "Shoot me," as he was being removed by police from the scene. They now believe he didn't do it. Quite bizarre. Gotta be careful here, because if I scroll on X, might show something I'm not supposed to show.
Shoot me! Shoot me! Was that you? We don't know if it's him or not. Shoot me! Shoot me! Was that you? We don't know if it's him or not.
Weird. Weird. Well, I'm curious why they suspected him in the first place. Wait, what do you mean, Tony? Are you saying that this video was bullshit, or the guy's bullshit, or what? Also, welcome back. Wow, crazy local who wants attention. Wait, what cosplay pictures? What are you talking about? Y'all are... Okay, hold up. Hold up. I was thinking about checking out Tectone's reaction. So this is Tectone's channel. Streamer, if you don't know, he streams on Kick, I believe Twitch, and he's got a YouTube channel. Check him out. But let me look for... Wait, what are you talking about, though, with the cosplay stuff? The assassinations bullshit. Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. We're having an earthquake in the radio station. How does that happen when you're orbiting a black hole? Don't ask.
Hey, guys. Sorry about the shit quality on my phone, but I just have a lot of thoughts about what's going on in the world right now. You know, I got a chest and sternum tattoo today for 4.5 hours, and I thought that was going to be the most pain that I felt today. And then, well, in case you didn't check the news or
the
Twitter,
internet,
God forbid you check Blue Sky, Charlie Kirk was assassinated live in front of hundreds of people with a bullet to the neck for about 25 minutes. People thought there might be a chance of him surviving. Anybody who saw the footage would know that was definitely not going to be the case.
Yeah.
Recommend you not look into it if you're squeamish. We've seen a lot of death lately, whether that be the multiple white women who have been slaughtered like dogs on public transit or in parks. You have Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated with a bullet to the throat. What's happening in the world right now is deeply unsettling. It has really slowly started to change me how awful the world is right now. And by the way, if you've been on Blue Sky, yes, in fact, Charlie.
I need to sign into Blue Sky. It wouldn't let me see much the last time I hopped on there because I wasn't signed in. Anybody use Blue Sky? Doesn't really seem any reason to use Blue Sky, but X exists. But the curiosity, I'm curious if a lot of people use it.
Charlie's death. How awful the world is right now. And by the way, if you've been on Blue Sky, yes, in fact, Charlie's death is being celebrated by far too many people for me to be comfortable with this fact.
Sounds good, C. Carroll. I might end up taking a break here in a bit anyway. When we switch gears to the next topic, since I might kill it and then, you know, get something to drink, breakfast, all that, and then restart the stream to get on to other topics. But I think I'm going to close out on this.
In case you don't know who Charlie is, he was a right-leaning political commentator. Some might even say he was a far-right political commentator because he's not supporting terrorism, so that means he's a fucking Nazi. Oh my God. Yeah.
Left-wing Twitter, yeah.
Charlie Kirk was one of the few political commentators who really kept it fair.
9:01 p.m. Gaming guy, where are you?
He's a commentator who
oh wait, you're in Australia. What am I talking about?
shove his opinions or his thoughts or his beliefs down your throats or anybody else's. He is someone who believed in a civil discussion where he would sit down with a peer, where he'd sit down with someone in opposition to him. Regardless of your viewpoint, he was very much down to talk. I've learned a lot from Charlie Kirk recently, where I watched his debate and discussion upon gun safety. And it's very nice to see someone who was willing to put aside their political belief differences and just talk to people as people and come to a mutual understanding of why you believe this, why I believe that, and maybe we can meet somewhere in the middle, or maybe we'll stay on opposing sides. Regardless, they were just there to present their beliefs. I believe the first talk on what he was doing at the college campus, which they're calling a school shooting, by the way. It's not a school shooting. If you call it a school shooting, you're a retard. It's an assassination.
Right. I mean, yeah, it's a bit of a... But wasn't there a school shooting that also happened? Which, if there was, I'll cover that later. Wasn't there also a school shooting? I can see why you'd call it a school shooting because it happened at a university, but I don't know. It feels like you wouldn't really call it a school shooting in this case. A shooting, an assassination, something along those lines.
Intentional, very deliberate assassination. He was talking about what was going on between, like, you know, the black on white crime, I believe. I haven't seen the full video yet. And I believe he was about to talk about the transgender shootings and, well, how apropos that's when that happened. And I think that just the feeling of Blue Sky celebrating a man's death because you don't share their political views. You are a disgusting fuck. No one, and I mean this, no one deserves to die because they have a different political belief than you. You can jail them if you want, if it's truly that severe and they act on it, but it's just a guy who didn't do anything wrong other than present a different point of view and was honestly the most civil person to do it. no one else was willing to debate anybody in the way that Charlie was. No one else was willing to sit down and talk to people.
Evergreen,
and try to
okay,
get to a mutual
Colorado.
understanding like Charlie was. He wasn't a radical extremist. He was a very reasonable man, and he was killed, slaughtered. And I'm sorry, guys, from the Irna Zarutsky footage to the Charlie Kirk footage.
Yeah, if you guys haven't seen the footage, that's what we'll be covering today, later on. The Charlotte, North Carolina knife incident, stabbing, killing. That video, full uncensored, is out there as well, unless they took it down, but kind of doubt they did. That one's kind of brutal as well. And man, yeah, I watched I guess 2 people die on camera in the last week or last few days. That's crazy.
I'm deeply unsettled. However, I'm very grateful that I am still alive, and I want to let you know that if you're out there, never take your life for granted and appreciate those you have around you before they're gone, because right now there are people being hunted like dogs, and it's deeply unsettling.
It was the girl. Somebody said who else died. It was the girl, like I said, Charlotte, North Carolina. He just said her name. She was a Ukrainian refugee here. Her name is, I just can't really say it, or it's hard to say for me. So I'll just bring up. It's fucked up, but so this is her supposedly, I guess dolled up or whatever. If you guys haven't seen it, this is her on the train. I think this is, let me not show you all that. This is right after, I think she got stabbed in the neck 3 times, but by the person behind her. And then she just basically keels over and just bleeds out and dies. Yeah, that was kind of fucked up. So that's what he is referencing. And like I said, we're going to talk about that one later.
I think the reaction from the...
Oh, I mean, I don't know about innocent in the most broad sense, but I mean, the video's out there. She walks in, she sits down on the train. The dude's sitting behind her. He looks at her. He takes out his knife and just stands up. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, while we're here. Hold on. Can't. Give me 1 sec. Yeah. Making sure I don't show too much. Ah, shoot. Okay, hold up. But yeah, so she's just kind of sitting there and yeah. So, pretty fucked shit. Yeah, no, I wasn't going to show the full thing. Yeah, I wasn't going to show. Yeah, content warning or whatever. If you go to seek out that video, you're going to see a lot of blood.
This is an absolute fucking joke. People are trying to sympathize with killers. To Carlos Brown, who killed Irna, they're saying...
That's who he's talking about,
yeah, but
I think.
What made him like that? Well,
yeah.
You don't understand how he felt. What the fuck are we doing?
Yeah, that's why we're going to talk about it. It's really weird how some of these situations are getting treated. Don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole right now, but people were seeming to make excuses for him. And I feel like there wasn't a lot of condemnation coming from a lot of people. It's just very odd stuff.
What are we doing where we are sympathizing with fucking murderers? What are we doing when websites are...
I mean, okay. I don't know. I watched the video and it's just weird because I'm gonna be honest, I thought I would see more blood initially because I didn't see it like on her neck, but I'm thinking because she's wearing that black shirt, I'm kind of thinking he got her like here, so you couldn't really see it, like it was being soaked up. And she sits there, and then she just kind of goes, and then she ends up keeling over, and eventually you just see the blood. It like pulls over like the partition, and it's just like everywhere. It was like fucked. But at first it almost didn't look like she was stabbed. It almost looked like maybe he hit her or something. But no, I mean, he just, yeah. Anyway, it was just fucked. It was just fucked. So.
What are we doing?
Yeah, the seat was full of blood too. And it's just frustrating because this, okay. I'm saving this rant for later. I'm saving this rant for later.
What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing where we are sympathizing with fucking murderers? What are we doing when websites are protecting people from being called fat and ugly and a whore more than we're punishing people for calling for the deaths of our senators as well as the citizens, as well as radicalizing audiences to enact violence while recording themselves breaking the fucking law? Are we all seeing the same fucking shit online? Are we... Guys, I have been banned for nearly 2 months total over the past 4 months for calling people names. Yet there are people out there calling for the deaths of other people, political figures, and attempting to radicalize and weaponize their audience to hurt people and kill them who have gone unpunished.
It's a weird world.
What the fuck are we doing? What is possibly going on in the world today? This is disgusting. It is.
It's like don't go on Twitch and call a woman a whore or a bitch. However, you can call for death upon somebody and you won't get banned. I don't know. That's a bit hyperbolic, but more or less sums it up.
Absolutely fucking disgusting. It's pathetic. It's a joke. I can literally feel in real time myself becoming radicalized because this country is forcing me to. These people are forcing me to because the people in charge are a fucking joke.
Yo, GG Toxin, I don't even know if it's about her murder being excused. Obviously, I don't know. Actually, you know the internet's unhinged. These are probably rage baiters. I don't know. The worst of the worst that I've seen so far for this story is people saying they don't care because, you know, good riddance. She was using our tax dollars anyway because she was a Ukrainian refugee. What I'm thinking most people are doing is just kind of downplaying not her death, but sort of like almost the person's culpability in stabbing her. Like, oh, poor him, the system failed him, he had mental issues, yada, yada, yada. And really kind of downplaying, you know, kind of taking responsibility away almost, right? It's almost like, oh man, it's so sad that she died, but can you really blame him? Granted, I don't think this is most people's sentiment, and I don't want to encourage people to watch these videos. However, the reason I watch the videos is, one, I like seeing things with my own eyes and whatnot, and things just hit differently, right? You could read a story, oh, woman dies on train in attack, right? You don't really get a lot of context. You could read the words, maybe they explain it, but when you sit there and you watch that video and you watch the whole thing unfold, it hits differently.
Everywhere. It's everywhere. The system.
Did he know that she was Ukrainian? I don't believe so. From the footage that I saw, he's sitting on the train first. It gets to a stop or something. She was on the train, if I'm not mistaken, for like 4 minutes before she was stabbed. She walks up, sits down in the seat, gets on her phone, and like within about 4 minutes, he just kills her. No, it's not even like it's not like I'm like seeking it out for pleasure. It's more just getting the truth firsthand without other people's spin. So that's one thing. And I don't know. I feel like there's a desensitizing nature to just reading stuff, right? We read stuff all the time. You read these tweets, you read this story, you read that story. We never have to actually, most of the time, deal with what's going on. See what the actual evil is. The news is going to cut out the stuff. Every, clean site is going to cut out all the stuff. You're never going to see the gore and the blood. It's as though, oh, this person just died and everything's cleaned up and but when you actually see the aftermath of somebody being murdered, it just hits different, right?
Is broken. I don't believe it's beyond repair. But this needs to change.
Okay, yes. And yes, another piece of it, I say I'm not doing this, but I guess we're going to go down the whole thing. Old Smokey said, another layer that got added to it is the first video they released, all you saw was that picture I showed you guys. All you saw was this. The video basically stopped right here. Then they released another video or a cut, and it just shows him walking up and down the train basically, and he's just dripping blood from the knife. And then when all the videos come out, there's audio included. You can see him stab her, all that. But it appears, allegedly, blah, 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 that he said, I got the white girl. I got the white girl. Which then makes it was there race involved in this? Why would you just stab this random white girl and then walk up and down the train, or walk up the train saying, I got the white girl. I got the white girl. So granted, that's if it was him saying it. Maybe it was somebody else in the train. But that's the story, so yeah, which now introduces race into it. So you can imagine this has been blown up here. But that kind of puts a bow on that story until we actually cover it later.
We are
put a bow on that story. I'm not really trying to put a bow on that story, but you know what I meant. You know what I mean. I'm wrapping it up.
Valuing people's feelings over their safety. The worst thing that I've ever done is call someone fat, call someone a whore, and then said, kill yourself to a chatter. And I am one of the most punished people on the internet for how long I've been banished for.
Bobo, you said the story was hidden from the public. It happened in August. Was it August? No, it was. It happened about a month ago, from what I understand. You said, and the mainstream didn't cover it until social media exposed it. Now, a lot of bad things happen all the time. I'm assuming the mainstream didn't cover it. Well, okay, I know of all the things, right, that we think out there, right? There's different motivations for why they might not have covered it. Maybe they didn't have the footage, or the footage wasn't released. Once the footage got released and people saw it, they had to cover it. They had to cover it. Because footage like that is just so bad. This isn't two people beefing and fighting with each other and one pulls a knife. This isn't this person got robbed and the one guy pulled a knife. This isn't some sort of confrontation between two people. This is a person sitting there minding their own business, looking at their phone, and somebody behind them just slitting their throat. I mean, it's just to see it, to actually watch it with your eyes, it's just whoa. Makes you think. You're you know what? I don't think I'm going to let anybody sit behind me. Okay? Also, fuck public transport for that reason. I'll just drive my car. Nobody's sitting behind me, okay? You know what? Nobody's sitting behind me, and I'm going to have my eyes on the exit at all times. I'm going to know who's coming in and out of the room or the bus or the whatever. The store, the coffee shop, whatever. Don't have your back to the door.
And you have people on the internet calling for the death of people online and falsely calling people rapists on a daily basis. Do we not understand what's going on here? You all have been fed so many lies that you will believe your entire life because the people in charge want you to believe those lies. They want to keep you underneath their thumb, and they want you to believe everything that they're saying is the truth. And you want to know the reality is, guys, the people who really want you to think that they're a good person, those are the worst people.
He might be onto something. I'm not going to say it's in every case, but sometimes those are the worst people.
They are. And I find it so fucking ridiculous.
And sometimes they're really good at gaslighting. Very, very good at gaslighting.
Ridiculous that all these fucking libs who say, oh man, we're the side of peace, understanding, and tolerance. Yeah. It's been very good seeing all that peace, love, and tolerance while you celebrate the death of a innocent fucking man, and how you make...
Yeah, you can't really say peace, love, and tolerance and celebrate death. Not going to put that on all lefties, though. I don't think it's all lefties. What are we saying? White Lion says, now everyone is going to be watching everyone else real close. Up in Seattle, the buses are real bad. A guy wielded a hatchet right in front of me while doing a drug deal. Jeez. I mean... I wonder if you get a lesser charge for a hatchet than a gun when you get arrested. Probably do. The politician had it suppressed for 2 weeks to get past her primate. What? Okay, yeah, I gotta do a deeper dive. That's wild. Also, the Greyhound in Seattle, yikes. I think I've taken one Greyhound in my life. It was from, we'll say, like, South Carolina or North Carolina to Ohio. It was a pretty good experience. USD's better, public transit so bad. It depends where you are in the US. But I get what you mean. It seems like the public transit's good where I'm at. I don't use it, but it seems like it's good. I'm always surprised. For the longest time after COVID, the buses were free, from what I understand. I think they only recently started charging. So I was like, oh, that's neat. And we have bike trails here, like a lot of trails that you could walk or bike that could get you through, like around the city and stuff, or the town or whatever. So that's nice. Greyhounds too, yeah, lousy. Everything points to it being a professional hit, a marksman on a roof who disappears into thin air. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not going to speculate on here. I'm going to wait for some more information. I have this one stupid conspiracy in my mind, but I don't want to put that out there. So we're going to wait for more information, but I do have like one little, you guys can remind me maybe in the future, this little conspiracy I have. But I feel it's inappropriate to put out there right now. Leftism is cancer. Yeah, you cheer when George Floyd. Neon, bro. What are you talking about? Who is cheering at George Floyd being killed? I don't know if anybody cheered. I'm so confused. Yet another crybaby, liar, fraudulent, libtard, moron. Did this? He's Muslim. I have no idea what you're talking about, bro. But hey, I appreciate you for being here. People really need to dig into stories for themselves. Stories can be spun. It's been happening for a long time. All the time. All the time. All the time. Used robo-pigeons. What? Why won't you tolerate my intolerance? Good one, Tilly. Good one. I went from the West Coast to Virginia town area. My 5'4" friend who is a girl, very slim. She felt safe riding public transport and wandering at night. She said she felt safe? I mean, you're probably mostly safe on public transport. Although if you don't know an area, you gotta be safe, and especially if you're in a new area at night. And I would assume as like a 5'4" woman and everything, you gotta be careful and just mindful. You gotta have like a head on your shoulders, you know? The Beats Pizza, the pizza place she worked for, has a vigil. Their website you may want to show. Got you. I'm gonna pull that up when we do that topic. It's just like the topic is mixed with black fatigue, the black fatigue topic, if you guys are familiar with it. So it's like, it's a whole mess. It's a whole mess. Because people are really making it, really making it racial. So, what the fuck, a hatchet? Yeah, I was wondering about the pizza place. It's got to have more flowers there than a botanical garden right now. Yeah, probably. Pizza was probably your last meal. It's getting very dark. Buses are terrible traveling. I met this one girl when I took the Greyhound up to Ohio. She was very sweet. We started chatting on the bus, and it was just really good conversation. And then finally, we were following like on the same path for a while, but eventually we got to a bus stop where we got on two different buses, and it was nice. It was just like it was like an Uber driver, I like Uber drivers and taxis and stuff for the fact that you could just have this really awesome conversation with somebody, and then you get out the car and you never see that person again. It's just interesting, right? And I was like, that was really nice. That was really cool. I thought it was a very pleasant experience. I don't know. Nobody cares. I don't even know what to do with this info. This seems like the usual GTA story. I'm genuinely confused. Look up the machete story last month. Standoff with police. Machete story, standoff with police. Wait, where was that you said? No. No, it's a horrible stabbing regardless. What I'm saying is online discourse is making it about black fatigue or whatever. I've just seen people spitting this into, oh my gosh, they're killing the whites. So that's what I mean. It's sort of like the online discourse. So I've never been to the West Coast. But I see what you're saying. So you're saying West Coast, public transport at night, no good. No good at all. At Charlie's event, I saw some pictures or screenshots of that. Somebody being on the roof. Look at redacted. He has video of students who saw the guy on the roof. He also knew Charlie. He pointed out some weird shit that happened around Charlie's shooting. He said who? Oh, redacted.
Make fun of
I'm looking it up.
Innocent fucking civilian being slaughtered on public transit. What a fucking joke. I feel disgusted. I feel ashamed.
All right. Oh, you really? So I hate these news sites that want me to pay. And it says I don't have to pay, but I could create an account. No. I refuse. I refuse to give you my email. You make me pay for the news? Are you out of your damn mind? Here we go. Charlie Kirk assassination. Video shows suspected shooter on college roof. So far, authorities have disclosed no motive behind the attack, but the circumstances of the shooting fueled concerns that it was part of a spike of political violence that has cut across the political spectrum. Blah, blah, blah. Authorities say Kirk was killed with a single shot fired from the roof of the school's Lost Sea Center, a campus building 100 to 200 yards, 90 to 100 meters for some of y'all. From the event area. Now, if it was 100 to 200 yards away, that would make sense to me why the person would initially get away. I would assume unless they had a very, very well thought out plan with cameras and everything, they would eventually be caught, right? With just modern technology. Unless they thought it out very, very well. So, interesting. So, possibly shot from the roof, it seems.
Getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there?
Oh shit. Okay, whoa guys. Whoa. Okay. This is crazy. Hold up. Continue watching on X. I'm gonna pull this up for y'all. This is wild. right quick, because we're probably gonna hold up. I'm gonna close this off. Guys, Tech Tone. Check out his stuff. We're gonna be watching more of his stuff in the future. But let's circle back to this right quick.
So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying, just getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from
So funny, somebody said Milo and Otis. Somebody I know just got a one-eyed kitten, and they named it Otis.
where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying, just getting right up.
Weird. I'm just trying to find something to leave on the screen, but it all's so terrible. Those are the videos I was telling you about. All right, I'm gonna have to do a deeper dive on those. See where they're actually coming from. Because, you know, this is just a video I'm seeing. Like, what is the... Amateur footage recorded just moments before the assassination attempt of Charlie Kirk shows a man moving across the roof on the Lossier Center of Utah Valley University. This confirms our initial reports that the shooter fired from the Lossier Center. Lossy Center. I don't know how to say it. I'm sorry. Hard to believe all because he said he saw somebody there. Yeah, that's why I'm saying. I'm just like, you know, I'm going to take this with a grain of salt for now. I'm assuming the shot was from far away if they didn't get the person. I would assume the shot's with a rifle if it's far away. If it's far away, I'm assuming it's a rooftop, considering you need a clear line of sight. So it could be. This could be, you know, that. But we're not sure. Where is that footage? Like, where, I mean, what I'm looking at right now, I pulled this off of, NDTV World. So, some news site. And it took me to X. Oh, hold up, let me see. I mean, New York Post has it. Chilling clips possibly show Charlie Kirk assassin. The New York Times, video taken just after Charlie Kirk shooting shows someone on the nearby roof. Fox News. So yeah, a lot of news agencies are reporting that it's a possibility that this could have been the shooter, but I just can't see it from here. I got too many screens, but if you just type it in online, you'll find it. I'll do better in my sourcing here later for y'all. It's just the screen is so far away, I cannot see it. Wait, what movie are you talking about, Tilly? Milo knows was like having. That's the Cat and the Dog, right? Man, I haven't seen that in a long time. Long time. Milo knows no. I see he's talking about Retracted. Hold up. Oh, Retracted. Redacted. I'm sorry. Jeez.
Well, listen to
That's right. Let me try to shadow ban people. Typed in this person. It's showing me a bunch of stuff from years ago. YouTube is just weird. Oh, he covers the UFO stuff too. Ooh, I'll give him a subscribe. Let's check him out. Boom, redacted. Bam.
I think we're at a tipping point moment for this country, and I don't say that lightly.
Okay, guys, I've been like, I need to get something to drink really quick because I am dying. Give me a sec. I don't know if that's the best expenditure at the moment, but we'll revisit. We'll reconvene. People trying to spend hundreds of dollars on Helldiver cosplay stuff. It's like, look, I don't think that's the best use of the money, but hey, to each their own.
I think what happened today in the assassination of Charlie Kirk is a tipping point moment. I'm going to talk more about that in a second. But I just wanted to come in and say a few words. I've just been thinking about this nonstop since it happened this afternoon. We were, of course, live during our show this afternoon when we knew what happened, but then watching and waiting and hoping and praying that he would make it, and then getting information from the hospital letting us know live on the air that he didn't make it. It's absolutely devastating. I'm absolutely heartbroken, number one, for his little boy, 1-year-old little boy.
See, Carol, that's amazing. You're right. Maybe I just need a little democracy. That's amazing.
It's absolutely devastating.
Anyway.
I'm absolutely heartbroken, number one, for his little boy, 1-year-old little boy, 3-year-old little girl who are now fatherless, for his wife, first and foremost. And then I am absolutely gutted for our country. I'm devastated about what this means for the future of our country. This does not end well. And when you have all of this rhetoric of violence from people across social media calling for attacks on...
You know you're doing well in life when you have a fireplace outside. I'm just messing. Is he outside though? I just feel like it's weird to have a fireplace. Is that a fireplace? Anyway, that's beside the point. I'm really getting lost here. I'm missing the forest for the tree.
And when you have all of this rhetoric of violence from people across social media calling for attacks on people like Charlie, we knew it was going to come to this. We knew it was inevitable, sadly. Assassination attempt on President Trump, attacks on other fellow conservative commentators, swatting across the board, showing up at people's homes with SWAT teams, trying to get people killed, hoping that someone will have a gun in their hand so a SWAT team can kill a person. This was going to happen. But I have a lot of unanswered questions about today, and I just want to kind of go through them. Watching the video so many times, getting analysis from friends and law enforcement and sources that were there at the event, how did this happen? How did a shooter who was on the roof and seen by many students, pointed out by many students, allowed to lay prone at 200 yards in a perfectly prone position in order to fire on Charlie?
Get right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying. He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying.
To fire a perfectly timed shot right as he's speaking about violence in the United States, right as he's talking about trans mass shooters in the United States, and asking us to all reflect on this. This is a question we've asked on our show. Why are so many of these mass shootings carried out by people that are likely on SSRIs and some sort of medication, mental illness, and they're trans? Can we have that conversation? No, let's just shoot you instead. We don't want to talk about that because that's intolerable.
I mean, how many has it been? I thought there was only one or two, maybe three, that were trans, right? I keep hearing 5 though.
Tolerant. Why was he wearing body armor? Why was Charlie Kirk wearing body armor? And of course, the way that the bullet hits him, you can see it clearly bouncing right off. It was a kill shot aimed right for his heart, to hit his aorta, to hit that entire, as a friend in law enforcement, to hit right off. And of course, the way that the bullet hits him, Charlie Kirk wearing body. Why was he wearing body armor? Why was Charlie Kirk wearing body armor?
Wait, is he saying why was he wearing body armor?
And of course, the way that the bullet hits him, you can see it clearly bouncing right off. It was a kill shot aimed right for his heart, to hit his aorta, to hit that entire, as a friend in law enforcement, former FBI told me today, he said it was like a mess of pipes right there. That you don't shoot someone in the head, that's for the movies.
Oh yeah, you aim for center mass.
You shoot for the heart because any professional would do it that way. So Charlie was wearing body armor. It deflects the bullet up, hits him right in the neck, and kills him. But more importantly, why was there no ambulance or EMT on site? In Utah, as in other states, state regulations require gatherings over a certain percentage of people, over a certain number of people. Even cities have different regulations, require an EMT on site and an ambulance. Go to any local carnival in your neighborhood, and you'll see an ambulance parked there, ready in case someone is injured. Why at this event with thousands of people? No ambulance, no medical, nothing. And so when he's shot, how does he get carried away? By 6 individuals grab him and throw him into the back of an SUV. Incredibly difficult to try to administer any kind of care on someone in an SUV. No room.
See, somebody was like, wait, the bullet bounced? I'll look at some of the footage, because I'm curious now. I know with body armor, like, it depends on the body armor, right? Because Kevlar catches the bullet, right? Or is supposed to. But, like, a hard plate could deflect it, but aren't the plates supposed to be designed to deflect the bullets away? No, bullets ricochet. Maybe they meant ricochet. But again, if he's wearing Kevlar, I would assume that when it happened, though, hey, maybe I just don't know that that's what happens. Or if he was wearing some sort of like plated body armor, I could see ricochet, but again, now he was, I don't know. Yeah, shock absorbent, yeah. It'd be a strange balance, but anything's possible. Kevlar, then plates. Wait, it's Kevlar, then plates? Huh. He had to have on soft body armor. Kevlar outside to catch, plates inside to stop. Okay. Most real armor, Kevlar with a plate pocket. Body armor is designed to absorb the shock. Huh. Appreciate you, Sebastian. I'm just gonna have to look at the close-up video. Now I'm looking. Let me check the video. There's a video that's close enough that I mean, I feel like you'd be able to see if it hit his chest first. You guys can't see this, right? Yeah, I don't think you can see this. Wait, that guy was celebrating after he was shot? Okay, that's... Oof. Whatever. I'm not getting distracted. I need to find the damn video we're looking for here. What the hell?
How dare you! How dare you! How dare you! How dare you! He's such a monster! What a monster! Such a monster!
Why is his pants down?
Monster! A monster!
Whatever.
Violence. Great. Not counting gang violence. Great. Not counting gang violence. Great.
Oh, shit. I think it did hit him in the chest first. Yeah, it might have hit him in the chest first. Because his shirt, it looks like, yeah, there's an impact. Anyway. Okay, it might have been the shot. It's just the way, because I'm trying to slow it down to see. But it looks as though... It'd be easy if I could just show the video. Obviously not going to do that. But it looks as though there's like this shockwave here. But I'm seeing that shockwave... I don't know, maybe a split, like a half a second before I see the hole in his neck. But it looks as though the timing... Again, I'm no expert. But it looks as though it hits somewhere else. Actually, that's what I need to do, is look for a hole in the shirt, really. But it could have been just from the bullet. But it almost looked like it happened before the bullet hit him, right? That's kind of what I mean. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know, guys. I'm not trying to spread misinfo or nothing.
Great.
But I kind of think it hit him in the damn. Unless he wasn't wearing body armor, which in that case, I mean, unless it, yeah, I mean, then in that case, unless it ricocheted off a rib or something. Yeah, no. Sorry, I'm analyzing here. I can't really tell either one way or the other. Ay. Yeah, I thought I saw a terror fray. I'm not seeing that. But which one are you guys watching? Because there's a couple different angles. Maybe if I find the other angle. There's like more and more videos coming out, but I've seen like 2 angles from it.
Using his words. Empathy is a new wave thing and is very problematic. You right.
Wait, what?
I'm just really glad Charlie Kirk just got himself fucking shot because he's right. Empathy.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let me stop. I don't know why I can't find the other video. Oh, here it is. Because there's one from like the front view and there's one from his left side. That's like the 2 main videos I've seen.
It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great. Have been mass shooters over the last 10 years in America over the last 10 years.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great. Have been mass.
I'm not gonna go down every little rabbit hole that these people are posting. People are saying the people that were standing behind him look like they gave hand signals to signal the shooter. Oh wow, hold up. Yeah, I guess I'm not really seeing anything on the shirt. Okay, sorry guys. Jeez.
To try to administer any kind of care on someone.
The video's on X. You can find all the videos there. I'm sure they're in other places too, but you know, discretion is advised.
In an SUV, no room to move around, no way to really administer any kind of CPR, try to stop the bleeding, do what they can in the back of an SUV. No ambulance. So likely died on the way to the hospital. Why do we not have this shooter? FBI Director Kash Patel just moments ago posting that those individuals that they rounded up initially and were, shared all.
Steven says the amount of blood would explain the bounce because not a whole kind of gushing. It seems like a total shred. Did it fully penetrate? Like, So what confused me is it didn't seem like the bullet went all the way through. Like if it hit him in the neck, it didn't seem like it went all the way through. But I mean, it's hard to tell. At least from me. I mean, I don't really have the skill set, maybe. Oh yeah, the ambulance. I mean, maybe it should have been on the scene in general, but with how much blood he lost so quickly. I mean, they say don't move people when they're in like a traumatically hurt or whatever, because you could do more damage. But considering how much blood he was losing and how fast, I assume just throw him in a vehicle and just try to get him to a hospital. Oh, you're right. He's gonna leave a hole in the shirt. Yeah, which I didn't see. Yeah, we're not really good on that. There's a lot of speculation right now. I didn't think about it though, and you guys were mentioning like, oh, it bounced off of here and that, and I'm like, oh shit, actually, let me check, let me look. Because considering how much video footage there is and how close and clear the footage is, I feel like you'd be able to kind of tell.
All over social media, even the university said that they had captured the shooter. Wasn't the shooter at all. Who were these individuals? Who were these people? Eyewitnesses immediately said, this guy didn't do it. He's like a homeless guy. He has no money. We know the guy. He lives in our neighborhood. Like, this guy didn't shoot him. Other individuals rounded up. Why did one person who was rounded up, as you can see here, have a pellet gun in his possession? And photos were shared of law enforcement, shared on social media. We got the guy. This is the shooter. This is not the shooter. And why did he have a BB gun? Essentially a pellet gun in his possession. As friend of the show, former FBI agent Kyle Seraphin pointed out, this is a simple pellet gun. But that was shared all over social media.
I was gonna say, if it was a rifle, would it be hollow point? Yeah, because if it's... Otherwise, it just moves right through you, right? Huh.
Media, we got the guy. No, he's still at large. He's still at large at this level. So, all that to say, we don't know, you know, who the shooter is. We do know that Charlie had told friends in recent weeks that he feared that Israel was going to kill him. Those are Charlie's words to friends.
I'm not going to name names, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them. Huh.
Not mine. Because his views on what has been transpiring in Gaza as the genocide has unfolded has evolved significantly from where he was months ago, apparently, according to friends that knew him well. So why was he wearing body armor? I mean, I guess just sort of any protection in an event like this.
Yeah, it just seems smart. I mean, it just seems smart. Why wouldn't you be? Especially doing what he does and, you know, having... It's political. There's a lot of division in this country. You might as well just wear some body armor.
This would make sense, right? But he was telling friends that he actively thought he was going to be killed. Something to consider. We don't know more than that on that piece of it yet, as this story still evolves. So beyond all of those questions that are still outstanding for me, and excuse the wind here, I've just been, I've been outside all day after this and just talking to friends and close friends of Charlie and just taking the dog for a walk in the woods, because even my son came home from school today. He's 15 and he was gutted about it.
Yeah, same. If I was him, I'd be doing the same thing. I mean, you got a big enough following, or you're just known for contentious issues. Like, you're talking about issues that people get really like hot and bothered about. The bigger your following, now you might have some sort of political pull or influence, rather. Yeah, you should probably be wearing body armor if you're going to be out and speaking in public events and stuff.
Close friends of Charlie and just taking the dog for a walk in the woods, because even my son came home from school today. He's 15 and he was gutted about it. My young daughters knew all about this, because for my son, who has a bunch of conservative young men, 14, 15, 16-year-olds who are close.
Excuse the wind up my fireplace balcony above the trees. Yeah, it's a wild scene. I think it's a distraction. Let the shooter go. Yeah, I saw a clip of the old man with his pants down, and they were like dragging him. That was weird. I think a vest is just easy to put on. It's just, you put it on, you put it under your clothes. Having to set up like a whole... it's probably like he doesn't really think he's going to be shot. Let's be honest, guys. If you think you're actually going to get shot, you don't go to the place, right? This is a precaution because you know there's a likelihood. If you are so sure you're going to get shot that they need to put you in a glass box, maybe you just shouldn't go, right? I don't know. I mean, Tilly, you're stuck on this whole trans thing. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't even know where the trans thing is coming from in this. Are there people saying it was a trans shooter? I'm not even understanding where the trans part is coming in this. And trust me, if it's a foreign thing, you get more gotta worry about a war. You can't have foreign people over here assassinating people. Brock Purdy, I knew somebody was going to mention like the Pope or something, but I'm just saying. In general, if you really think people are going to kill you, I mean, you take your life in your own hands. You can put up bulletproof glass. It might make the whole speaking event harder or whatever. I don't know. It's just easier to put on a bulletproof vest and hope for the best.
They looked up to Charlie Kirk. They would share videos of him speaking on campuses. They looked up to him. They would, in fact, my son talked about him as a man, like he was.
Okay, Tilly. I imagine these people exist. Okay, I believe you. I think the people you're talking about is this much. This is how many people you're talking about right now. You are focusing, and I understand why you focus on these people because trans stuff is important to you. But I mean, this is such a small group. It's like, oh my gosh, Obama's wife is a man. Oh my gosh, Obama used to be a woman or something. Who cares about these people? Like, if somebody thinks Obama used to be a woman or whatever they're saying about whoever, I don't care. It's like, it's a pretty stupid opinion to have. It doesn't really map onto anything. And I imagine most people don't believe it, right? Trust me, if it turns out to be some Israeli bullshit, MAGA aren't going to be like, oh my gosh, it's a trans person. There's plenty of MAGA people that hate the like Israel situation as well, okay? In fact, maybe the left and right could come together on this situation if that were the case. But it being like this, let's just wait. Let's just wait. And instead of assuming that the right or whatever is going to attack trans people over this, let's just wait and see, okay? Let's see if we could at least get the the perpetrator, and a motive before we start jumping to conclusions that are 3 or 4 steps away.
It was he's 31 years old. It was a strong figure for young men. Be a good father. Work hard. Be a good Christian. All of those things. Take personal responsibility. Have a strong work ethic. Take care of the women in your lives. And so that
appreciate you, Andrew.
In the same way that my son, looks up to somebody like David Goggins, his friends, like They want to be men. And they silenced an important voice in that movement for young men. So it makes sense. A very strong voice for young men. Young men who have they have had their masculinity really stripped away over the past decade under these liberal policies, under this, liberal academia, that you're not allowed to be a man. You're not allowed to be a man. And so a voice in that movement has been silenced, and I'm just gutted about it. I am really gutted about it. And I just sit and think about, so all that to say, I've just been outside today, just nonstop, just to be outside walking the dog and trying to get my thoughts together on all of this. This obviously really hits me hard, but I'm sure it hits many of you equally hard. But I'm just struck by the strange arrests, the weird decoys at this event, why a guy with a pellet gun, why pretending like we caught this guy. Now we know that we don't have the shooter. Why all of that? But at the heart of it for me...
Well, birds aren't real, guys. Come on.
I believe we are at a tipping point moment for the United States. For far too long, conservative men, independent men have been too tolerant, and they've been sitting back and they've been allowing this violence to go on. They've been...
stretch my legs.
They've been, sitting back saying, oh, there's the radical leftists again, carrying out another mass shooting. There's another leftist, who's been arrested 14 times, slashing a white girl on a train. We're outraged about it. But this feels different. And speaking to a lot of my conservative friends in positions of authority, they're feeling the same. And I think we're going to see a revolution in this country. I really believe that. Unless something changes. Unless we have law enforcement that's willing to go after and lock these people up. When somebody goes online and makes a threat against somebody like Charlie Kirk, or otherwise, or Tucker Carlson, or myself, or it doesn't really matter who. Why are those people not being investigated or arrested and put behind bars? The threat of violence against another human being in America, there should be no place for this. And yet we've allowed it. And these, Facebooks and social media platforms with this type of rhetoric and violence, I'm not calling for censorship. But I'm calling when someone makes a threat of violence against another individual, that person has a knock at the door and is likely arrested, brought to justice, and made an example of in front of other leftists who are fine to be out there criticizing and calling for violence against somebody else. It needs to stop. But for far too long, the right will just sort of shake their head like, look at these crazy liberals with their blue hair, and they're punching police officers, and they're setting businesses on fire, and look what they're doing to Portland, and they're burning down these buildings, and Antifa is attacking, attacking Tucker Carlson at his house, or going after his home and his family in Washington, D.C. Oh, isn't that funny? Going after judges, going after Supreme Court judges. Like, this is enough. This is enough. This is a tipping point moment in the United States. I don't think, I think you're witnessing now the end of this tolerance. You're witnessing the end of men just sort of sitting back, allowing this to happen. I think we've had it, and I'm really worried about what comes next. But I will say this, it feels like you've made your own bed. It feels like these people have made their own bed. And they had better be ready to lie in it, because I think that that's what's coming. I hope not. I hope that there is maybe a mass change in these cities. Maybe these liberal cities where they've allowed people to wander free. They make threats against people, and they're just no punishment whatsoever. I hope that changes, but I don't think it's going to. And I'm really concerned about what happens next. And I don't say that lightly. But if what I'm hearing from my friends and what I'm seeing online over the past 7-8 hours is any indication of what's coming, we are at a tipping point moment for the United States, and I'm really concerned about it. I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. But I'm just gutted for Charlie's family. And I'm just praying for his little boy. Just absolutely crushes me. It absolutely tears me up inside. His little girl and his wife. I lost a friend a few years ago, one of my college friends. I was actually on the air at Fox and Friends that morning, or it was like the night before, and I learned that my good friend from college, he was a brain surgeon, for crying out loud, and he died of a brain tumor. He had two little boys, and I couldn't stop crying. It just tore me up so much. And I, sent a message to his family on Fox and Friends, just, saying I'm just so torn up about this. And I couldn't even control myself. I just was crying so much just to think over like these little boys being, raised not having their father around. And it just tore me up inside, thinking about my little boy and, being able to go out and play baseball in the backyard with him. And so they took a lot. They took a lot from this family. And, I hope these scumbags rot in hell. And you know what? Utah has a firing squad, has a death penalty.
Oh, wow.
And I hope we make an example out of this son of a bitch.
When was the last time we used a firing squad? Has it been? Have we used one recently?
There's a reckoning. All right, that's all I want to say about it tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, we saw some of that footage. It's interesting. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I enjoyed watching some of his debates. I caught, some of his debates, some of his content sometimes, and I really like just debates in general when people like come together and just spar with each other. And I think that's the way we should go about arguments. Or at the very least, if you really disagree with somebody, be like, hey, let's do a boxing match. If you really, really, really just want to be violent, challenge them to a boxing match, But if you disagree with somebody, do not go out and try to kill them. Just don't do that. And if anything, if this was done for political reasons, all that was successfully done was making, taking a husband away from his wife and a father away from his kids. And two, you basically just made him a martyr and elevated his status even more. So, yeah. Oh, stop that. I hope that's not a threat, freedom dealers. Destiny is next. I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh wait, we didn't watch Destiny. I watched Destiny's reaction, a short snippet to that here, or not here, but before I came live. And yeah, some of these, big creators that go out and do public speaking events need to be careful. They need to be careful because there's a lot of crazy people out there. So, but hopefully nobody's next. Hopefully nobody's next. That's the thing. Wait, he did? TJ? I was unaware of that. I'll have to see that post. Do the events indoors, not outside. Maybe that'll solve it. But hey, it might help. It'll probably reduce the risk. Well, I never said I wanted a firing squad. I'm just surprised if we still do firing squads. And I mean, I'm sorry, justice, dude, if you're going around killing random people, I don't care the reason. The girl that got murdered on that train, what's justice? Putting the guy in a box? The only way I can see that as, for the rest of his life, the only way I can see that as justice is if you want him to sit in that box and suffer for as long as possible and not have the easy way out of death. But that just sounds expensive. If somebody cannot exist in society without killing other people or hurting them, the cheapest and smartest thing to do is probably to execute them. You cannot have people walking around society killing other people. I think we could all agree on that. Now, maybe the death penalty. Now, what are some of my reservations with the death penalty? Well, one of the issues with the death penalty is, let's say you got it wrong. Let's say you find out a year later after executing the person that the person didn't commit the crime. Well, you can't un-execute them, right? So that's my main issue with the death penalty, is if you get it wrong, you can't really get a second chance, right? At least if you put a person in prison, you might take away a year of their life or 10 years of their life, which is tragic, but at least they still have their life, and maybe there's some way you could try to make it up to them, even though there's no way to really make up taking away like 10 or 20 years of somebody's life. But yeah. The state should not be able to execute people. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little like, I'm a little on it. I'm on that one. Like, dude, if you're going around killing people, I mean, I guess we could send them to another country. I mean, what are you supposed to do with these people? Just put them in a box and just like feed them and house them for the rest of their lives after they've gone and like raped and murdered and done whatever they've done to people? People complain about such a large prison population. Okay, let's get rid of the rapists and the murderers first, okay? Let's see how small the population gets. It probably doesn't get that much smaller, but I'm just saying, it's, you know, at a certain point, you gotta draw a line somewhere, right? Look, if I try to kill somebody, I expect them to try to kill me, okay? Like, I just expect that to happen, right? So... again, my main reservation with it is, I mean, this is like, if you have, and it's a split for me, because again, it's like you're saying justice. What is justice to you? If somebody went out and murdered a whole family and did terrible things to them before they murdered them, what is justice? Well, the first thing we're going to say is, well, the first thing you need to do is remove them out of society. You don't want that to happen again. But what is justice? Paying for them to sit in a box and have a whole full life and taking care of them medically, making sure that they're nice and healthy. That's justice. Now, if you were torturing them in there or something, I'd be like, okay, at least they're suffering, right? What is justice, right? It's not supposed to be like justice or like punishment. It's supposed to be rehabilitation. However, that's not what the system is. The system is not rehabilitation, okay? It's punishment. And there are some things that once you do, you can't undo them. Once you take somebody's life, once you diddle a kid, you can't really undo that, okay? And these are things you don't just accidentally do, okay? This isn't like I accidentally hit this person's dog because it ran out in the street, or I accidentally found myself in this situation. I'm talking about you went out and just murdered somebody, like the girl on the train in Charlotte. Or you went out and you kidnapped a child and abused them. Look, look. Look, I'm not ever going to catch myself in one of those situations, okay? And if I do, put a bullet through my head. Okay? Like, as simple as that, all right? Put a bullet through my head. All right? Shit. Does it undentify or untraumatize? For me, it just doesn't even make sense. Like, if you know somebody, like if you already gave somebody life sentences, right? So you know they're never getting out of this situation. And the reason you give them life sentences is because you say, this crime was so bad that they cannot be in society. It is so bad that they need to stay in prison for life. What's the difference? Again, I would push back on the death penalty by saying, what if they got it wrong? What if the person's not guilty and they find out later that they're not guilty? That would be a horrible, tragic thing to execute an innocent person, which has happened before. So that's why I'm a little about the death penalty. It's probably safer just to keep people locked in a cell. But if you really think about it and you really know for a fact this person did these horrible things and you really know you're never letting them out again, you just got to think about it. I don't know. Nah, teach their own. Oh my gosh, you're taking it back to trans. You're taking it back to trans. I'm speaking on just a very general sense. I'm speaking in a very, very general sense. So. Wait, what do you mean? A life sentence is 20 years. Could be 20 years. I'm just trying to bring up silly, like the most like extreme examples of things, right? That people generally get multiple life sentences for or whatever, right? Depends on jurisdiction and whatnot. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I thought life was... Yeah, because sometimes it's like they're serving 3 life sentences. Is that what they mean? Like 20, 20, and 20, so it's like 60? Well, yeah, some people will purposely get themselves incarcerated because it's easier... you know, they get food and board, essentially, and it's easier than surviving on the outside. I still want to choose it, personally. I mean, I'm going to try to keep surviving out here. But, I mean, I know there's some people that might choose that. Or feel that that's their only option. Possibility of parole. I guess I'm thinking of like things with like no parole, no nothing. I do believe in second chances and forgiveness. It's hard for me to believe though, if one of my loved ones was taken by somebody else. You know, I don't know, guys. I don't know if somebody maliciously came into my life and took somebody I cared about. I don't know, man. Don't know. But anyway, like I said, still probably be on the safe side. Just hold people in a cell that way. And although if you hold somebody in a cell for 50 years and then you find out, oops, we got it wrong. I mean, you've basically killed the person anyway at that point. Kind of, sort of. Right? They go in at 20, they come out at 70. Everybody's either dead, gone, or forgot about them. They have no job prospects. They have like no skills. They have no money. They have no. Unless the state comes in and says, well, here's a few $1 million for the troubles. So. Oh yeah, it's almost worse than death at that point. Shit. You know, at least at first when you know you're innocent, you're probably in there for the first year or two thinking to yourself, okay, I'm going to get out eventually. They're going to realize. Maybe after 5 years. At a certain point, you would just probably lose your fucking mind. They had to give him millions. I mean, I'm glad he got the money, but that's just the tragedy. To be locked away for so long for something you didn't do. It's just horrific. It's horrific. People do still get it wrong, though. Even with today's technology, you know, weird things happen. So, but I understand your point. If it was like 100% this person did it, not only that, they admit to doing it, they're happy about doing it, they say they'll do it again. Like, it's clear as day. Like, what do you do in that situation, right? That's hilarious. 24 hours a day is considered cruel and unusual punishment. 23 hours a day is solitary confinement. That's crazy if that's actually how it's defined. Plus, I just think about the loved ones, too. You better just hope all the loved ones are dead, or just really forgave you and moved on, or forgave you in the sense of they relinquished the energy from themselves of the hatred. Because when you do get out, all right, saying you're a changed person after taking somebody else's loved ones, you better hope there was enough time in between. You had a long enough sentence for them to calm the fuck down. Because at that point, it won't be on the state. El Salvador would take all of our inmates for cheap. Yo, fuck that. Yo, I've seen those prisons. Have you guys seen? I think it's like a Vice documentary or something. I do not want to go there. I don't want to go to prison, period. I really don't want to go there. If I get murdered, my family better not be saying I forgive you. My spirit looking down like, what? What? Dirty money. Yo, you missed a fucking insane stream, Dirty. I mean, I know you were asleep. You don't gotta tell me. But you missed an insane motherfucking stream, my guy. We're at the tail end here. I'll be back on, though. Don't worry. Trying to catch up on everything that happened with the Charlie Kirk shooting and his passing. And we're still waiting on answers. They still don't have anybody in custody. Actually, let me check. I mean, I've been on here like 2 hours since I've checked. I don't know if they've caught somebody in that period of time. Oh, there goes the yawning. It's over now. Yep, shooter still at large. Does not seem like they got anybody. So they had plants in the crowd to point them in the wrong direction. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong chat. Shit. Both neck attacks. That's if it's true that it didn't ricochet off of like body armor or something. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, 2 neck attacks is kind of odd. I mean, it just so happens, right? It's, you know, coincidental. I don't think these two incidences are in any way related to each other. But it is like kind of weird. Yo, Bobo, what'd you post? I guess Nightbot doesn't like links. from the meta. Yeah, maybe. I don't have an opinion yet, Dirty Money. I know that people are saying it's a professional hit. I don't know. There's just not enough information to go off of on that. If they were far enough away, they took a shot. This is what I think. Most people are just incompetent. All right. They're not really doing the best job of security, or it was just outside of the range of the security, and this person's on a roof somewhere 100, 200 yards away, and they take a shot and they run off. Now, if they don't catch the guy or girl, I might, maybe the professional hit thing, maybe, but it still seems like such a leap right now. I have nothing at the moment. I have nothing. I'm assuming it was politically motivated. That's as far as I'm at right now. That's an assumption. You think it was a hit? By who? Are you going to say Israel? A lot of people were saying it's a hit from Israel. Mossad. It still seems like a flattened copper jacket. Oh, struck his neck. Okay, I see what you're saying. Struck his neck after bouncing off an armor plate. Yeah, I mean, I slowed it down. It did almost look like something hit around here and then hit him up here. But it's just really hard to tell. And I know some of you said that you saw a hole in one frame. I thought I saw a hole in one frame as well, or maybe a couple frames. I don't know. But I did think I saw a hole, but then it disappeared. Maybe it was just a ripple, but maybe it was just the way the fabric folds. I'm not sure. Exactly. There's no good security 200 yards out if you're not a political leader. And even if you are, I mean, right? I mean, how far was the shooter when it came to Trump? You said the stream of blood is way too large coming from a 223 round direct impact. Huh. Slap, it wants to get mad. I do have like I said, I do have like one little conspiracy. Okay, I'll just say this. No, I'm gonna wait. Because I'd be leading into like the professional hit shit. Because my conspiracy in my mind would lead to believe that it's a professional hit, but for what reason, right? A distraction from what? We're not getting into that. I think it's important to wait for the facts to come out. I think that's what we should do. You said similar distances. Buzz says 150 yards. 308. Or it was a 308 round. Tell us, please. It's just weird timing is all I'm saying. It's weird timing. I'm going to hold my tongue for a bit. Because I can't imagine there's any connection to what I'm thinking of. So it's probably just in bad taste to say it. Yeah, I need to look more into this weird stuff that people were pulling. The one guy was weird, saying, shoot me, or whatever. That was odd. And the fact that they arrested him, a correlation with what? It's so dumb. It's so dumb. I don't want to say it. In correlation to yesterday's stream, okay? It's a yesterday's stream topic. It sounds dumb. That's why it's like it's not even worth even bringing up. It's just so weird because I was expecting different news today. I was expecting the news to be covering something different today. But considering what happened, I was just like, damn. I mean, obviously the news is going to be covering this, so. All right, Fuzzy Bath, appreciate you. Stop edging us. Listen, I'll edge you guys as much as I want. And you'll enjoy it. All right, guys, but I do need to take a break. I swear this ring light hooks me. All right? Not to mention the black hole. It's very bright today. Very bright. It's very hot. It's very hot. But I do appreciate you guys for hanging out. It wasn't like the super most fun stream because of the nature of what we're talking about. I couldn't be as jokey here or as fun. This is serious stuff. But, you know, I appreciate you guys for hanging out, theorizing, the conspiracies being thrown around and whatnot. I'm keeping my cards close to my chest. I'm going to wait for more information. But I'll be back at some point today. I don't want to give people times because I fail at them. So I'll be back today. Maybe do a little bit more lighthearted stuff. Well, definitely more lighthearted than this. Although we might still touch on this if information comes out throughout the day. But yeah. Oh, you're good. You're good, Tilly. You're good. You're good. I get cranky too. Sometimes I get snappy on here. I try not to though. But sometimes I get excited and I raise my voice. People think I'm yelling. Like it happened earlier, like one of my brothers. He's like, you know, you can stop yelling. He's like, I can tell you're passionate. I'm like, yeah, it's just passion. Okay, I'm not mad. Yeah, the pellet gun is so weird. Why do you have a pellet gun? Although it could be just one of those random things, you know, that really has nothing to do with it. But best believe you got to get picked up and ask questions. Hey, Bobo, appreciate you, appreciate you. Yeah, I don't know if it was like, again, not the best one to discover me on because, such a shitty topic, but I do appreciate y'all. So I'll be back either in a few hours or a handful of hours. I'm not sure yet. But I'll see you later. Yeah, the guy screaming I did it or whatever. I thought there was somebody saying that they were screaming I did it, and I thought there was somebody saying like shoot me, and just a bunch of weird stuff. Oh yeah. I don't think I've completely crashed out on stream before. I've had my little rants and tangents. I don't think I've completely crashed out, but eventually, guys, eventually. But until then, thank you for listening to Black Hole Radio. Remember, don't get too close to the black hole.